Hello and welcome to the Not Too Shabby Enjoy This Life virtual retreat. Are you ready for some fabulous fall fun? This is Lynn, and I'm excited and honored to welcome you and finally share the amazing workshops our designers have prepared for you. We have 8 workshops premiering over 2 days. If you can't stay for the entire time, don't worry. These videos will be available for replay, and you can watch them at your own pace as many times as you'd like. This is day 1 of our retreat. But before we get started, please do me the favor of hitting that like button. And if you share this video out to your socials, that would be awesome. This is a free retreat and we welcome all crafters to join us. The more, the merrier. Our instructors will be crafting with the Enjoy This Life retreat kit. This kit was designed exclusively for this retreat, and if it hasn't already sold out, you can find it on the Not Too Shabby website. Once it sells out though, it won't be coming back. There are 2 paper pads with a matching ephemera pack and coordinating glitter enamel dots, a 6x6 stamp set and coordinating die, a 6x6 plaid stencil, and a word die. There will be a link in the live chat to the retreat kit so you can check it out and see all of the options for buying. Speaking of the live chat, if you're watching live, hello! I hope you'll say hi in the chat and let us know where you are joining from. Our instructors will be in the live chat as well, so if you are crafting along and you have questions, please feel free to drop them in the live chat. If you're catching the replay, please leave your questions as comments on this video. Our instructors will do their best to answer. If you prefer, you can always spend this time chatting with our amazing friends while you watch live, and then come back and craft later on the replay. For our live audience, you're in for an extra treat because every workshop this weekend will hold a live giveaway. This is our thank you for spending time with us this weekend. To enter for a chance to win a $15 gift certificate to Not Too Shabby, listen for each designer's instructions on how to enter the giveaway during their workshop. The winner will be announced live in the chat by the instructor, so you do need to be watching live to enter. If you leave before the winner is announced, just be sure to come back and watch the replay to see if you've won, because all prizes need to be claimed by September 20th. We hope you'll craft along and share your makes with us. Whether you're using the retreat kit or crafting from your own stash, we'd love to see your creations. Share it to our link party for a chance to win a $25 gift certificate. Last but not least, Jamie has put together a mega prize bundle valued at over $150. For a chance to win, look for a link in the live chat for where to enter. This prize is open to replay viewers as well. Thanks so much, and without further ado, let's get crafting.
name's Jamie, the owner of Not Too Shabby, and welcome to our virtual retreat, Enjoy This Life. I am so excited you are here, and I have the pleasure to be one of the instructors today for this awesome event. I'm so thrilled to be teaching this Gatefold card with a beautiful belly band in this rustic, elegant style. So stick around. We have a beautiful lineup for you. We're going to do some crafting and have some fun. I'll be live in the chat, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask me in the chat down below. So all the instructors in this virtual retreat will be using this beautiful retreat bundle. You'll see the products as we make the cards. If this bundle is sold out and you haven't grabbed one, we do have some of the leftover items from the bundle listed individually in the shop. So if you are looking to pick up extra paper, head on over and grab some paper before they're gone. You're going to need your paper trimmer, a scoreboard. Get your hot glue gun ready. If it's not warmed up, go ahead and plug that in right now. If you don't have a hot glue gun, you can use some Fabri-Tac glue, something strong that's going to hold some embellishments. I had a homework video out, so if you saw that, I asked you to grab some of your supplies like lace, paper flowers, little trinkets that you would want to put on your card, maybe some doilies, some burlap. If you don't have any paper flowers, you can add buttons. We have some enamel dots included in the bundle. You can use those. You can create your own embellishments using the stamp sets. Just use your imagination. You can use some seam binding and make a cute little bow or some twine. So I have 3 different samples here. So you can get an idea of different ways to create this card. This one here, I used a scallop circle. We're going to use that today. So for the circle, it's a 3-inch circle. The scallop circle is 3.5 inches. So if you want to grab that from your stash, any size is going to do, but this is the size that I'm using today. The stencil is from the virtual retreat bundle. You can do a little bit of inking on the background or use one of the patterns in the paper pad. If you didn't get our virtual retreat bundle, just shop your stash. Anything is going to work. We do decorate the back of the card. You could decorate the back of the belly band, but I chose not to. We also have a beautiful word die in the bundle, Enjoy This Life. So if you have a word die in your stash, you can use that as well. So for this card, you're going to slide off the belly band, and then the recipient will open it up to see your message, and you could decorate it really beautiful just like this. And then the belly band will just slide back on. This is such a special card. You can hand deliver it or put it in a padded envelope. Okay, so let's put our samples off to the side. You're gonna need cardstock. I'm using craft colored cardstock, so you can use any color you want. I have the same color for my scallop circle as my card base. So if you want to coordinate that, we're also going to need some kind of distressor for the sides of your card. So on here you could see I kind of distressed these edges. You're going to need some inks. So if you have any Tim Holtz inks in Distress Oxide or Distress ink, either one will do. And if you don't have one of these, we can use the edge of your scissors. Just be careful not to cut yourself. You're going to just open it up your scissors and use the edge of that. So let's put that to the side. Let's start off by cutting down your card base. So let's grab your paper trimmer. And we're going to cut this down 8.5 long. Okay, so at the 8.5 mark, trim off. And then we'll rotate that. We'll rotate and then cut at 5.5. Okay, then we're left with this piece here. Now you're going to want to grab your scoreboard. If you ever get behind, the retreat will be on replay, so you can go back and watch as many times as you wish. Pause the video. I will be crafting right along with you guys and chatting, so I hope you guys are having fun, and let us know in the chat where you're watching from. So we're going to score this at 2 1/8 and 6 3/8. So 2 1/8 is that little notch right after the 2 on your score pal. And then the 6 3/8 is that notch right before the 6.5 inch. Okay, so we're going to have 2 score marks, and we're just going to fold those in, and then you get your gatefold. Okay, you're going to want to burnish the edges. Okay, so that's the base. You're going to need another piece of cardstock. You can use the same color for the belly band. So we're going to put this other piece to the side. Go ahead and grab another piece of cardstock. We'll work on the fronts. So we'll get our trimmer back out. So this is the Fall Life paper pad. So I'm going to pick out some designs from here. There was an option to add on the Fall Life plaids. Also more designs we can choose from. Nightbot is going to be putting in links to these products. So let's take a look. Okay, so I pulled out these 3 sheets from our paper pad. Okay, so we can use the back when we cut out our panels. Let's think about which sheet we want to use. So I really like that. So this is kind of a non-directional pattern, so I could kind of put it how I want, but maybe I want to think about which way to cut it, because I might want to use the back. So I think I would like to use it this way if I use the back. So I'm going to go ahead and cut it down facing this way. And for our fronts, we're going to cut at 5 1/4 by 1 7/8. So we'll do 1 7/8. The 7/8 mark on your trimmer is the larger line right before the 2. And then we're going to trim that down to 5 1/4. You're going to make 4 panels the same size, and that's going to fit right here like so, and we're going to rough those edges up before we glue them down. So just put them to the side. Go ahead and cut 4 different patterns, 2 for the inside and 2 for the outside. So again, we're cutting at 1 7/8. By 5 1/4. Okay, so those 2 patterns I think are going to look really cute together. So I'm going to use the back to do the inside. So we're going to go back to the 1 7/8 by 5 1/4. So we've got our inside. You can use this one for the inside if you don't want to waste another sheet of paper. So again, let's do 1 7/8 by 5 1/4. We are going to be doing a giveaway every class today. So you're going to be able to win a $10 gift certificate to the Not Too Shabby shop. I'll have that link in the chat. So this giveaway is only for the people who are live here today. The form to claim your prize, if you do end up being one of the winners, will be in the description box. But you'll only fill that out if your name is called. So you have to be here in the live chat to win, and the prizes will be drawn at the end of the stream. So you're also going to need something for the inside and the back if you want to do the back. So grab a piece of white cardstock for the inside, and then another pattern for the back, and a pattern for your belly band. So I have this piece left over. I'm going to use it for the back. The back and the inside measure the same. We're going to cut that down to 5 1/4 by 4. And we're going to cut that down to 5 1/4 long. That's going to fit nicely back here, like so. So we'll put that to the side, put all your pieces together. So let's do the inside. Grab some white. So we're going to cut this down to 4. By 5 1/4. All right, so who's excited to put some embellishments on their cards? Have you ever made a card like this before? Let me know in the chat down below, or let me know if this is your first time making a card like this. All right, so while we have our trimmer out, let's go ahead and cut the pieces for our belly band. So long ways, we're going to trim this down to 2.5 inches. And then we need this to be 9 3/8. So you're going to look for the line, the large line before the 1/2 inch mark. So we're going to do 9 3/8. Get your scoreboard out. We're going to score at 2.5 inches. So you're just going to flip this and then score at 2.5 inches. Okay, so it looks like that. And then we're going to fold these in. So we have a little space here to add glue to attach that together. So remember, when you're putting your belly band on, we don't want it to be too tight. So we can kind of maneuver this when we add our glue so it's not too tight. Okay, so now, sorry, you gotta bring the trimmer back out. We have to cut the front for our belly band. I forgot about that one. Okay, so this is the pattern I want to use for my circle. So let me see what I like for my belly band. Let's see, I'm just going to spread these out. I think I'm going to grab the fall plaids and see. Oh, I kind of like this color for the belly band. I also like that. And I also like that. Let's see, I think maybe the purple, because I picked a lot of purple. Let me pick this one for the belly band. Okay, so let's put this to the side. So for our belly band front, we're going to trim at 4 1/16 by 2 1/4. So let's see what's on the back plaid. So 2 1/4 by 4 1/16. So 4 1/16 is the first notch after the 4-inch mark. Okay, so we have our front. Now we're going to distress all the edges of our papers. Before we distress the edges of all of our papers, let's get our circle die cuts ready. So if you haven't done that already, I'm going to trim out a circle using this pattern here. You can use white or a pattern. I'm going to use this for my scallop. So I'm going to go ahead and trim that out. Okay, so here's my piece. You can also use the stencil to create something like that with your own custom colors. Okay, so we're going to put that to the side. Okay, now you're going to want to bring out your distress tool and your inks and get all your panels ready. I don't do distressing on the inside unless I get inky and I make a little mistake and get some ink on there, but I'll leave that clean on the inside. And I don't really do distressing on the inside because then it makes it more bulky when you close your panels here. So let's pick out what we're going to use for the front. I'm going to do these two on the front, so I definitely want to distress those. On the back, I'm using this one, so I'm going to distress that. And these two are going to go on the inside. I'm not going to distress those, so I'm going to put those to the side. And I'm going to distress the belly band. Okay, so now let's get out our ink. I'm going to use Vintage Photo. It's easier to distress the sides of your paper with some kind of blending tool like this that's more flat instead of using a brush. I've done it before using the brush, it's just a little bit harder. So if you have something flat, grab that. Okay, so I'm going to use the Distress Oxide. I think this one is more juicier than my other ink. My Distress ink, I think this one's a little bit dry. I've had these forever and I haven't re-inked them. So I'm going to use this one. And I like to actually distress the edges first and then ink. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to show you how it looks with the scissors. So you're just going to open it up and run your scissors back and forth. Be careful not to stab yourself if you're going to use this technique. Okay, so they're just a little bit distressed on the edge. Okay, but I'm going to get my Tim Holtz distress tool out and use that. You really do get a nice distressed edge really easy with this tool. I've had this tool in my stash since the beginning of card making for me, which was probably 14 years ago. It's been a long time. And then I'm gonna go like this to the edges of all of my papers. And you can go into the cardstock as far as you wish. I'm just gonna stay along the edges. So we got a little bit of vintage, a little bit of rustic look. And when we add our little embellishments like the flowers and lace, we're gonna have a little bit of elegance. So there's the first one. I hope you guys are able to keep up with this class. I hope I'm not going too fast. So just keep distressing these edges. Don't forget to fill out the giveaway. I have a link that I'm popping into the chat. It's a giveaway for $10 to the Not Too Shabby shop. And the winners are going to be pulled for all the giveaways at the end of the stream. And there'll be a little form to fill out if you are the winner, and that will be linked in the description box. So let's give it up for Lynn, who is LV Handcrafted. She is the one who organized this wonderful retreat for us. She worked very hard organizing, getting everything together, and she did an amazing job, don't you think? So let's give it up for Lynn. Thank you so much, Lynn. You are just amazing. So if you wanted to skip this step and just make a clean and simple style of this card, you can definitely do so. But if you would like to step outside your box and you've never tried this technique before, come join me and distress some edges. So my mom fell in love with card making when we used to distress the edges of all of our papers when we first started card making. She loved doing this. She found it like so therapeutic and just loved the way it looked. And you can use any color ink you want. If you want to match, if you had like dark pink or whatever, you can match your paper. And then we'll do this big panel here. And you can get fancy with this and kind of like tear a little piece and roll it. We're going to keep it more simple for this class. And I can't wait to see the other classes in this retreat. I haven't been able to see them, so this is going to be exciting for me to create the other projects in this retreat. So I'm looking forward to that. And if you're new to Not Too Shabby, we are known for our paper pads and coordinating ephemera. We have beautiful stamps and dies in the shop. We do a monthly mood board challenge, so check out the blog. You can link up a card for a chance to win $15 every month. So we have a really nice community of crafters. We have a Facebook page. And you can find us on all the socials as Not Too Shabby Shop. We would love for you to follow us and become a part of our community. And if you see anybody with a green chat, those are channel members of the Not Too Shabby channel. You can click that join button to get more information about that. All right, so all of our papers are nice and inked up, ready to go. So let's start putting this together. We can do our circle as well. If you want to add a little bit of ink to your circle so it matches, that's probably a good idea. So I'd like to go around my circle with any of the leftover ink, just to give this all a cohesive look. Okay. And I got a little bit of ink on there, but no worries. We're going to cover that up. Let me clean my surface off a little bit so I don't get any more ink all over the place. And now we can glue this down. So let's go ahead. Make sure your glue gun is ready to go. So if you haven't plugged that in, get that going. We'll just add this to our scallop. If you wanted to do one of the other versions and wanted to do a real doily behind your circle, you can certainly do that. Like this one here, I have a real doily. So there's lots of options for this card, which makes it really, really fun. Okay, so we have that ready. Let's start putting our panels on. So I'm going to do the inside last. So let's get our panels going. I like using the Barely Art glue. This is my favorite glue because it does not leave any glue lines on my paper, which I can't stand when that happens. So this is my go-to glue. So you're just going to center that the best you can. And what's nice about distressing the edges is that it doesn't have to be perfectly centered because it'll be masked because of all these distressed edges. So I can really face this either way. I think I'll face it. Let's go ahead and add the panels on the inside. So since this pattern is on this side, I want to put it on this side on the inside. I'm going to ink up the edges of my papers, but I'm not going to distress them. So I'm just going to use what's left over on my sponge dauber here. Okay, and then I'm going to use this side. All right, so isn't this paper pad beautiful? Love it. It's a little bit non-traditional fall colors. All right, so we're going to do it like that. Get my glue back out. There we go. And we'll just center that the best we can. I'm not the best at centering, but I do get lucky. So I hope you guys are enjoying this. You're going to walk away with possibly, what do we have, 9 instructors or 8 instructors? You're going to walk away with 8 cards. I think it's 8 instructors. Yes, you're going to walk away with 8 different projects. All right, so I'm going to stamp something before I glue this on. It'll make it easier if you're using the Misty. So let's go ahead and do the back real quick. What's so nice about this retreat is that you can go back and replay all of the classes on your own time. So if you didn't have time to sit through all the classes today and tomorrow, you can go back and watch the replay. And then you can always go back and make that special project that you really loved from the class. Okay, so I have the back decorated. We can do the front or our belly band. Okay, we'll do that next. Let's go ahead and stamp out our sentiment that we want on the inside. So let me grab the stamp set. So this might be the first time you're seeing this gorgeous stamp set. This is Fall Life. It's listed in the shop. We do have some leftovers, so grab them while you can. We have some beautiful fall icons and beautiful sentiments in here. Let's see, we have a lot of options for my card. Fall is in the air, autumn blessings, give thanks, happy fall y'all, find joy in the simple pleasures. I think I'm going to do the autumn blessings. I'm going to grab my mini Misty. Okay, so let's get autumn blessings out. You can use whatever sentiment appeals to you and what you're making the card for. I'm just going to do that kind of towards the top and center. And I'm going to get out some VersaFine Claire. So I like using this one for sentiments. This is in the Nocturne color, which is black. This would also be pretty stamped in a colored ink because we have that really cute heart underneath the sentiments. Okay, so that looks good. Stamp your sentiment twice if you need it. Okay, so we're going to add that to the inside. So let me know in the chat who's crafting along and who's watching. If you're crafting, let us know. If you're just watching and hanging out, let us know that too as well. You can always just hang out and chat and then craft along later to the videos. Okay, so there's the inside. I'm going to grab some ephemera. Okay, so this is the beautiful ephemera that's available. This is called Enjoy This Life. We do have some listed in the shop, whatever was left over from the bundles, so it's not a huge amount, but hopefully you can get your hands on it. I'm just going to pull this out because we are going to pick some for the front, and I'm going to decorate the inside also with a little piece of ephemera like that. Okay, I think that one is perfect. This little banner is really perfect too. I like that as well. That's really cute. So we've got sentiments. If you want to put that on the front of your card, that little fall is cute too as a sentiment on the front. These girls are just so stinking cute. And those would be really cute right here on the side if you wanted to do that. Isn't that adorable? I might want to do that. So we'll put her off to the side. There's just cute little characters in here. Here's our Enjoy This Life. That'd be really cute to make a card with that to remind you of the virtual retreat and how much fun you had. Just the images are just darling. There's some pink pumpkins, this cute little box with a scarf, some cups. All right, so I'm gonna put that to the side. I think I'm gonna use that. Just a little decoration so when the person opens the card, there's a little bit of a wow factor on the inside. And then I think I'm gonna put one of these little girls. So when you open the card, that is just too cute. There's another girl in the ephemera pack as well. This girl here. I really like this one with the glasses. It's just too cute. Okay, so isn't that darling? All right, so we got that all decorated, ready to go. All we have to do is our belly band. Okay, so we have the front, our panel. Let's go ahead and glue that on. We don't have to decorate the back of the belly band unless you want to. So let's just get that on centered. And then here is where we can put the belly band on and we can close it up on the back. Now remember, we can push this out a little bit so it's not super tight. We need to be able to get the belly band on and off. So I'm going to use liquid glue so I can kind of maneuver it, right? So I'm going to put that on and I'm going to push it a little bit so it's a little bit bubbled up. I don't want it to be super tight. Okay, so I'm just going to massage that so it's adhered. All right, so now we got to make sure that we can slide it on and off. Okay, now we have this circle that we're going to add right there. Okay, so if you're going to use a real doily, you can go ahead, use your hot glue, add some hot glue, put your doily on top, and then put your circle on top if you want, so you have a place to glue all your little characters. Okay, so you're going to want to only add glue here. You don't want to add the glue anywhere else. So I would take this off while making the belly band so we don't get that card ruined. And I'm just going to add some glue to the center. And then kind of center it from the top here, the bottom and the sides. And I'm just going to massage it, make sure that it's adhered. Okay, so there's the base. Now let's grab some of our goodies. Let's get enamel dots out. Let's get some lace out, flowers. Maybe you have some twine you want to use. Let's see, I've got some twine. I'm just going to cut some. I don't know if I'm going to do the bow. Let's see, some little lace. I'll probably use that one. Here's a doily, like if you wanted to put doily back there. Some burlap. So I might cut a piece of burlap off. And some buttons. All right, so I might want to have some buttons on there. Okay, so I'm going to find the images that I want to use. So let's look through our pile and see what draws us to. Let's see. Either want to use one of these two for a sentiment. See, we got a cute, or this one would be also cute for sentiment. Little ones like this make good little fillers. It's a cute little teacup. The fox. Oh, I love the fox. Fox is really cute. Oh, there's a cute little teddy bear. And this would be cute too, because since I chose this pattern, I think I'll add the little duck or the little bird. And I think it looks cute with the fox, right? So maybe let's see, either this autumn or maybe this little fall or the little leaf at the top coming down. That's kind of cute, right? Let's see. That's pretty cute. Let's see what else I have. There's a pumpkin. Let's see how that looks behind. But I want to make room for some flowers. Okay, so might want to have this pumpkin peeking out. And then the little fall leaf. Okay, we got to make some room for some flowers. So I'm going to trim off my little flowers here. This is where your hot glue comes into play. So you could also make your own flowers if you don't have any of these paper flowers in your stash. So there's dies out there that you can purchase that have the flower petals, and you can create your own, make your own flowers. So I was thinking two flowers, maybe two flowers on this side, one flower on this side, a button, a little button over here, and maybe some burlap behind our little fall sign. So I'm just going to trim off a little piece of burlap. We're going to add that behind there like that. Okay, and then maybe we can add some burlap behind our flowers. I think that's going to look really cute. Okay, just for some more added texture. Okay, so we'll put that to the side. We're going to want to put our images on first. That way we know where to put our other embellishments. Okay, so I'm going to glue that one straight down. So if you wanted to use stamped images, it looks beautiful with the stamped images as well. Okay, so I'm going to add that. Let's see. Make sure I have my room for this. Okay. Here's the sample with the stamped images. They turned out really, really pretty. So for the Copics, I love to use my favorite go-to combination is E99, E97, and E95. That's what I use for that box. Love that. Okay, so now I want to pop up some of my images. I don't want everything flat down. Okay, so we want to have the bird popped up. I want to have him popped up as well. So let's get some pop dots. Let's get out your pop dots or your foam tape. Okay, whatever you want to use for the back. So these little these little foam dots are kind of hard to handle. I used up all my bigger ones. Okay, so go ahead and add your little foam tape. Who loves to cover the whole thing? When you see the store-bought ones, there's like 2 pieces of foam tape. But us handmade crafters, we like to cover up our whole space. So I kind of want to pop this one up a little bit taller than him. So I'm going to see if I have taller foam tape. But let's get him down. He's so cute with the scarf on. I love critters with scarves. Not in real life, of course. That would be really cute if we saw a critter with a scarf on in real life. Okay, but my dog loves wearing things around his neck. He loves wearing bandanas, and he would wear a scarf during the winter. Okay, so I'm going to get some foam tape. I'll see if this is a little bit taller. If not, I think I'll be able to layer it. All right, so whose desk is really messy right now from just this project? I know we're going to have some bathroom breaks and stuff where we can take a little time to clean up. But it's really fun to get messy in your craft room. It's just cleaning up the mess afterwards. Okay, so we got the foam tape on the back. And you know what? I might want to take that piece off because I want to layer it over our little, well, it is, okay, since I didn't push it all the way, I do have a little space to layer. So make sure if you're layering, leave a little gap. So let's get that release paper off. And then I want to layer that just a little bit. That. And then we're going to have this. I'm going to need my glue gun. my well-loved glue gun. All right, and get my glue gun out, my well-loved glue gun. Just gonna add a little bit of the glue right there. And then this is gonna go over, and I'm gonna add just some glue, hot glue on there because it's gonna stick better. Now make sure you don't burn yourself with the hot glue. I know they make those little thumb things for your fingers so they don't get burned with the hot glue, but I do not have that. And then I'm gonna have the flower over here. So we're gonna add some glue to the back. And then I just press it down until it's dried. Like that. And then I wanna add a little button tucked in right there. So let's add a little bit of hot glue. And then we'll tuck our little button in there. Like that. We're gonna have 2 more flowers over here. Little hot glue to the back. Okay, then I'm gonna tuck this one. Little glue to the back. And then I'm just gonna squish that in there. Okay, you're gonna have some glue strings you're gonna need to pull off. Those are always fun. Okay, and now I wanna add some enamel dots. So you get these beautiful enamel dots in your bundle. All right, so let's see. We're gonna bring this over here. See which color we want to use. Thinking the purple. Let's bring some purple. So since I have like a bigger gap here, I'm going to add the big enamel dot right there. And let's see. I think I'm going to add a small one there. And the medium size one over here. Okay, so there is our cute belly band. Now we forgot to put the lace. I got so excited I forgot to put the lace. So I'm going to put lace right here. And what I'm going to do is add a few dots of the hot glue. I'm going to leave some hanging off. And I'm going to kind of like pleat it. Just because this lace is so small, pretty thin. I'm just going to pleat it across here. Let's see, do I want to add it underneath? Yeah, I'm going to add it underneath my scallop. Okay, so I'm just going to tuck that in right underneath. So on the back, I'm going to add a little bit of hot glue back here. Okay, so we're going to just tuck that back there. And then 3 more dots over here. And then I'm going to finish pleating it. Okay, and then if you want to trim off a little bit of the edge here. Okay, so there is our beautiful belly band. And I forgot to add this behind the flowers. So what I'm going to do is put a little bit of glue there behind there. and then just tuck it in. I'm going to use my scissors and just kind of push it in there, kind of behind that. See, I get so excited. I forgot what I wanted to do. But, you know, we can always fix our mistakes. So I'm going to put a little bit of hot glue behind there and then just push that in underneath there. Just so some burlap is peeking out. Okay. And then, let's see, I'm going to trim any of the pieces I don't like. Okay, so there we go. We got some more texture and dimension on there. All right, so let's go ahead and put our belly band on. All right, so isn't that gorgeous? So I hope you guys enjoyed the class. Don't forget the giveaway. I'll have that link up there in the chat again for you to enter into the giveaway for the $10 gift code to the Not Too Shabby shop. So get ready for the next class. We have Cassie Trask coming up doing a fun fold card. So I can't wait to create that with you guys. I'm going to follow along and craft. So I am super excited. So I hope you guys are too. And I will see you soon.
Hello everyone, Cassie Trask here. Welcome to my portion of the Not Too Shabby virtual retreat for Enjoy This Life. I'm so excited to be here with you doing this lot. Well, I'm in the chat live, but I'm so excited to be doing this retreat with you guys, and I hope you're going to walk away. I have no doubt actually that you'll walk away with lots of great ideas for cards and projects galore. So, all right, if you're joining me after Jamie's class, I'm sure you're already crazy inspired. So let's go ahead and get started with what we're going to be making today. I know you saw some sneak peek ideas, and so I've got some ideas to share with you. And there's other ways that you can do this particular fun fold. I love fun fold cards, and so this is what I started out with. Originally, I had started out just with a fun fold like this, and it can stay closed ish on its own, but I was inspired by Jamie doing her gatefold, and I thought we definitely need a belly band. So we're doing a belly band in this one also, but this card is pretty neat. It measures, this one in particular measures 3.5 inches by 5.5 inches. Okay, so that can go in a standard A2 size envelope, which is wonderful. And when you open it up, it folds out like this. And that's just fun. You can put your little message in here. You can even, as I've done here, hide some little images behind there, and you know, you could change up your pattern papers however you want. There's so many fun ways to do this. Not only can you make, you know, a card that's this size, and I made a few that were the same exact size, but this is such a great fun fold because you can change it up. I made, let's show you, a smaller one. So I also, there's two more that are the exact same size. This one is more open up like this. So you've got your traditional, and then you've got your more horizontal type. And then this one measures 4.5 inches by 3 inches. So this one will fit inside of like a thank you note size. So I think that is a, not a 4-bar. Maybe it is a 4-bar. Yep, that's a 4-bar. This will fit inside of a 4-bar envelope nicely also. And of course, belly band, and then it opens up. And you might be wondering, gee, how do you make it smaller? Well, the trick about this card is really, if you can divide your cardstock into 3s, you can do this. So we've got that one. I also made one that goes on top of, just on top of the card. So this is just a panel. And then I have like our little message could go inside there. So it doesn't open up, it just opens up here. And so you can have a fun little message inside there as well. So that's just different, but you can do lots of sizes. And then another one, this one fits into a slim line. So this one, or a mini slim line. So this is 5.5 inches, but it's 3 inches. So it'll definitely fit inside of the mini slim line envelopes. So same sort of thing. Fun folds are my jam, that is for sure. So we're going to start off with the original one, that size that I was talking about, that measures, what, 5.5 by 3.5? Yeah, 5.5 by 3.5 inches. And so let's go ahead and get started. If you prepped ahead of time, good for you. If you did not, that's okay. And either grab your retreat kit or grab whatever you have, and let's get started. All right, so I've pre-cut everything, and we're going to start off with this piece of cardstock. This cardstock measures 10.5 inches by 5.5 inches. So you are going to take an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper and just cut it down to be 5.5 by 10.5. From here, you're going to want to make sure that you have some way to score this. And so I have a score buddy, but I actually found that my paper trimmer worked really well for this. So if you don't have a score buddy, I find that this is actually, believe it or not, a little bit simpler, and I'll show you some tricks on that. So what we're going to do with this is we're going to score this at 3.5 inches, and I'm going to use a stylus. So you might have one of these little tools in your arsenal of crafts. And I'm going to, at 3.5 inches, we're going to go ahead and just put a score line down there. And I'm using my, you know, the little, where it would cut through to do my score. And then you're just going to move it along, and we're going to do this at 7 inches. And so this is what I was talking about. As long as you can fold your cardstock into thirds, you know, evenly, you can make one of these cards just about any size you might want. Even if you had 12 by 12 cardstock that you wanted to use, you could cut that down to be 12 inches by however, you know, 5.5. And then scored at 4 inches so that it would be close to the size of an A2 size card closed up. But now that we have those folds, we're going to go ahead and do a Z fold on it. Now a Z, they call it a Z fold because basically you're folding it into a Z. This would be an upside down Z, but you're folding it into a Z. We want this front portion to be facing out, and then we want this back portion to be like it's almost like the inside of a card. So, and if it doesn't line up perfectly, that is okay. I've actually found that if it doesn't do that, and that's sometimes that's just my error, that's me not having scored it, you know, perfectly. I will try to hold it where it needs to be scored. You know, just kind of, and then force it. Yeah, so I'll force it, which that's okay. And now you can see it's actually perfectly like a Z. So those are our first folds. Okay, so we have the Z, and now we need it to be able to do like what this one does, which is tuck in there and tuck up in here. Okay, and to do that, you can measure down as far as you want to go, as small as you want to go. I'm actually going to go down, we're going to go in about 2 inches, and I'll show you how we're going to do that. So once again, bringing in our paper trimmer, I am going to go down about 2 inches. So I need it to be, I'm looking at this one right here. So I'm going to just line this up at the 2-inch mark right here. And then I'm just going to give a tiny, just a tiny one, so that I know where the 2 inches is. Because from here, what you have to do is you want it to go from end, where it was scored there, into the center. And the easiest way I found to do this is I'm using this particular paper trimmer. I'm not sure what your paper trimmer is like, but I will line up the score line here with the score line that I just made. Okay. And then I will score from there. All right, and then you need to do the exact same, so you can see I've got that score line. You need to do the exact same on this side. We're going to go from here to here. Once again, I just found it was easier to line up this way in my paper trimmer. Okay, and then this one we want to fold down, so we're going to go ahead and work that. Just kind of get it going, and it goes pretty simply, really. All right, so we've got our first one done. Now we need to do this one, and it's basically going to be the same thing. We're just going to flip it. I'm going to find, once again, the 2-inch mark. And I'm just going to mark right on the score line where that 2-inch mark is. You might have a hard time seeing that. But we need to get this to line up with this corner and this to line up with this scored corner. So we're going to go the same process that we did over here. We're going to do it here. Okay. Pick that up. Definitely don't want to cut it. And we're just going to score it. All right, and then we'll do the same thing this way. All right. And now we want this one to fold up in. So I am going to bend it that way. Just kind of work it. That one popped up, but there you go. And there we have that. So what I was saying earlier is you can move this line up or down. It really doesn't matter, as long as you still are going to the ends or that other scored line. So you can gauge how big you want this piece in the center to be. You can make that what you want it to be. Okay? All right. And if anybody has any questions, go ahead and leave those in the live chat. I'm here. I can answer those. Happy to answer those. So that works for me. All right, so we're done with all the folds that we need to do for now. We will eventually, with the belly band, do something else, but let's grab out our papers now. And as I said, I've pre-done all those. All right, so you should have a couple pieces of pattern paper. They could be from your retreat kit, or they can be from your stash or whatever you have. Doesn't matter. That's exciting either way. And with this one, we're going to trim it down. Now, the easiest way I have found to do this is I like to line it up on the front. We know we have to trim it down, right? And I do like to have a little bit of a border. I made mine 3¼ inches by 5¼ inches, which is just 1/4 inch smaller than the outside of here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold this up there, and I'm actually just going to mark with a pencil slightly below this line so I know where to cut. Okay, and then I'm going to do the same thing here. I want it to go slightly below that so that I have a nice border all the way around. All right, so I think that I would need to cut right about there and right about there. And so then those little pencil marks that you just did, you'll put back into your paper trimmer and line those up inside your grooves. And then you can just trim that down. And then let's see how well that fits on there. It's going to fit really nicely and give a nice border all around. So, very good. Of course, save your little pieces. You don't know what you might need that for. And then you can use either side. Obviously, if you've got a double-sided pattern paper, you can use either side. So I've obviously committed to this side because it's not going to work to do. I could do it. No, it wouldn't work if I flipped it over. It's not going to. It wouldn't work. So you do have to pay attention to how you are cutting these. All right, and the same thing for this one. Now, I know that if I were to cut this paper the exact same way that I did this paper, it will fit. And I want mine to match. You might not want yours to match. Maybe you want yours to be like this and like this. You can absolutely do, change out the pattern if that's what you would like to do. I am going to keep mine the same. I like it to go, I don't know, the same. Kind of like what I did here. When it's closed up, it's got the same pattern on both. So I'm going to cut this one the exact same way. So I'm actually just going to put this on here, and I'm going to mark it with my pencil. Where I cut this one, we're going to cut this one. Okay. If I can see where I marked it, right? All right, and let's see if that fits. It should. And then you've got a nice nice border around that one also. And I'm actually just going to go ahead and adhere these down so that way I have less mess. I prefer to use liquid glue for most of my things. When I first started out, I used double-sided adhesive. I'm sure we were all kind of like that. Maybe not. Maybe some of you were using liquid glue. And I tend to make some mistakes along the way. I don't know if you all are like that also, but I definitely am. And so liquid glue has turned out to be the best thing for me because I get a little bit of wiggle room. All right. Now I know you know that there are lots of prizes to be grabbed along the way within these retreats. Each one of us instructors is offering up we've got a $15 gift card that you could claim if you answer a question correctly. And I'm going to give you my question so you can think about it a little bit. I have a lot of embellishments. I'm sure we all do. I've got major embellishment packs, and I've got little containers of embellishments. I've got, you know, these little like packets of embellishments. And I'm considering each one of my little packets as just a new kind of embellishment. There's also the embellishments that come in the kit, like oh goodness, where'd they go? Oh, right here. Oof, okay. So I consider this an embellishment pack also. I'm not counting that there are 84 embellishments in here. What I'm counting is this is one. So I want you to guess how many different kinds of embellishment packs I have in my craft room. I'll tell you what, it's a lot. So I've been crafting since my daughter was not even a year old, and she is 23 now. So go ahead and guess how many embellishment packs I have. The one that's the closest in the live chat will win that $15 gift card. So get on your thinking caps and let me know what you think. All right, so here it is when it's closed. That's how it looks. But I want to embellish these, or not embellish, now I want embellishments. I want to add some pattern paper there as well. And this is what I was talking about again, as far as like thinking it through, what you got. I want to use the back side of this paper, and so let's see. These pieces of paper should measure 3 1/4 as well, because they're going to fit in here and have a little bit of a border around them. Now I'm going to take this one and I am going to start by trimming this one just like this, from corner to corner. All right, going the long way, we're going corner to corner. All right, now you saw I did it like this. Now this one will have to be cut opposite. It has to be done that way in order for this to work out. Ask me how I know. If you do both of them the exact same way, going that exact same diagonal, you're going to have to cut another piece because it's not going to work. That is if you want your pieces to all be the same. And I like my pieces to be uniform. So once again, I cut going this way. So now I've got to cut going this way. So I'm going to turn this paper like this. No, like this. Almost did it. See, I almost did it. All right. All right, so now we've cut one like that and one like that, and then these should fit in here nicely. Now you might need to trim a little bit off the top, and that's okay too. I am going to go ahead and mark on these where I need to trim down. It was just kind of a necessary. You might want yours to go all the way, and that's okay too. I want mine to have a little bit of a border, so I am going to just trim off a tiny bit. Okay? And I'm going to do that on all of them. So it's just going to be... And take creative license. Have fun with this. It's your project. Alright, so that's what I'm going to do for all of them, just a tiny bit. I think I can eyeball it. If you're not one that can eyeball it, then don't, but I'm taking the risk. Taking the risk. And I'm just cutting off the long straight end there. And same thing on these ones. All right. So I'm sure you all, since this is the second class in the retreat, you've been hopefully enjoying what you're seeing, having a good time, and I know that the other instructors have some really great stuff to share with you. Oh, I've seen all their projects. I'm going to be crafting along myself because, yes. All right, so now I'm just going to go ahead and glue all these down also. Okay. It's so much fun. There's so many great papers in these paper packs. All right, that one goes up there. I'm a bit of a pattern paper hoarder, but recently I've been trying to use more of my pattern papers, especially doing the fun folds. Things have been a little hectic in my life lately, so my fun fold series has not been as consistent as I would have loved for it to be. But we do them on Fridays. Always keep an eye out. You never know. Hopefully when things slow down, which I'm not sure that they will, I'll be able to get right back into doing every other Friday with a fun fold. And I have a few on my page. You can always go back and check them out. All right, so we've got that. We've got some folds going on there. We've got some pattern paper. And you close it up, and those pattern papers that we just put in are nice and concealed, but then you open it up, and they're available. Super fun. All right, now depending on the color of cardstock that you chose, I chose this blush cardstock that I had in my stash. I kind of just went around in my pattern or in my paper stash because I, again, have had paper in there since, well, I guess for probably 20 some years. And just found this paper that matched the patterns or matched the color in some of the patterns. And it's a really pretty blush color. I also had some nice olives. I had, well, here's that blush color again. I really like the blush color. I have a nice gardeny green color, another blush. And then I also had this lighter purple, and then as you saw, this darker purple here, over here. So I used as many different colors that matched the patterns, which I love doing that. And I also have some Copics, and I'm going to use those too, because we're going to do some stamping. But for this next one, I am going to, because I used a lighter color, I could completely not put anything in there if I didn't want to. And I don't know. I think I will. I'll put some in there. So, but I'm going to take my pencil. This just measures, this is like 3 1/4 by 5 1/4. So it would have fit inside of here. And I am just going to trim this down. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark, because I can see those, you can see the score lines, and you can kind of see, once again, I want there to be a little bit of a border around there. So, would it be better? Oh, you know what? It would be better to hold it this way. Better to hold it this way, because then you don't actually have to trim down that side. So I'm just going to hold it up in here, and I'm going to line up one of the corners in the corner down here that I want. And this one, I'm just going to mark right up above that score line. So when I go to cut this, I'm going to cut from this corner to that little mark. Same thing here. I'm going to have to mark it here because it goes all the way to the top now. So I'm going to mark there, and I'm also going to mark right here. So these are, once again, just slightly below our score lines. And so I'll cut from here to here, and I'll cut from corner to here. So let me go ahead and do that. Figured I might as well show you because maybe some of you have chosen some darker cardstocks, and that is perfectly fine. So once again, from that mark I made with my pencil to the corner, and we'll do this one as well, mark to mark. Okay. Gives you what, like a rhombus? Is that what that's called? Hard to remember. Haven't messed with shapes in a long time, I guess. And then that'll fit in there nicely. Love it. All right, so we're going to go ahead and glue that down. All right, so now we've got a nice little area to write your note. All right, we're done with this for now. And now we're going to kind of decide on what we want to put on the outside of this. Obviously, if you got the kit, you've got some choices. You know, you can grab out some ephemera, and you can just use ephemera if you like. There's some really great ephemera. As you can see, this one used ephemera. So I used the Enjoy This Life, and I've got one of the little pieces of ephemera. This one uses some ephemera. This one uses some ephemera. There's a lot of great ephemera in there. This one uses colored images, which I used my Copic markers for that. This one uses the Enjoy This Life and some ephemera. And this one uses some colored images. We are going to color some images today. I'm going to color some images. You might decide to do something else entirely. Just know that you have some choices there. All right. And so I'm going to pull out, I do want to use the Enjoy This Life die that came in the kit. So we're going to do that. And then I think I want to add, because it's going to go on the front like that. Like that. And I think we're going to use the leaves. That's what I want to use. I want to use the leaves. So we will die cut this out of white. All right, so I'm going to use this same color blush, and we're going to cut out our outline using that color, and then I'm going to cut out our words with white. All right, so we'll die cut this out. Might have to do it a couple times, so be patient with yourself. There's a lot of little pieces. You also don't want to lose the eyes that are in here if you are crafting with this particular die. I just like to go back and forth a few times. I'm also using like a magic mat, so. Okay, let's see how that did. It didn't go all the way through, but that's, again, probably my die cutting machine. So I'm going to turn it and do it again. Well, better. So there's one of the little eyes. We don't want to lose that, or the top of the eye. There's also this little one down here. There's the top of the E. That's another piece. So make sure that I get all those. Don't want to lose those. All right, so we have our pieces for the word die. We'll need our die cutting machine for a little bit later once we have stamped and colored our little leaves. But let's go ahead and piece this together. I'm going to bring in the camera a little bit so that you can see me do it. It should be fairly simple if you're working this particular die. Or maybe you've decided to just use the ephemera or just do some coloring, whatever you want to do. We're going to start with the top of the, did I get, oh, there's another little, there's three tittles to the eye, so don't lose those. All right, and once again with that liquid glue, which mine has sat too long without a cap on, so we're gonna have to just make sure all is well. Okay. And then you've got this section that's the enjoy. All right. And then the rest of this. Okay. All right. And then you just kind of manipulate it to fit in those spots where it's supposed to. And then you've got your little tops to your eyes. Again, you need to have 3 of those. I find like a little pickup stick works really well to pick those up. I'm going to put the little dots of glue where those go. And I believe the biggest one goes for the life, so we're going to just put that on there. This medium-sized one goes for the enjoy, and then obviously we got the little one, and that one goes above this eye. Right there. So here we have our enjoy this life. Put this back in the packaging so that I don't lose anything, which if you saw my craft room you'd be like, how do you not lose anything? I always have grand plans to keep everything nice and cleaned and organized, and then, you know, life happens and things get thrown on the calendar, and you know, then when I do have time, I don't want to clean. So there's that. Okay, so we're going to save this back. I am going to pull in just a piece of cardstock, and we're going to do our stamping of our leaves. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4 different leaves. I think we'll use one of them just twice because I want an odd number. But I like all the leaves. They're really cute. All right, and because I want to use my Copic markers, I am going to pull in some Copic marker friendly ink. Alright. I'm sure most of you probably use Copic markers or some form of alcohol marker. What are the ones that you use? Primarily I actually don't use my Copics as much anymore. Part of that was because I had invested in the Olos. I still need to get the new Olos. I haven't done that yet. But partly because I was trying to learn my Olos really well. And because, you know, there's a small learning curve with them. They're very juicy. They don't really run out of ink. Like, I don't know, not that the Copics are running out of ink, but my Copics sometimes seem dry, or they do dry out. But the tips and the nibs, and it could be also because the nibs seem a little bit bigger on my Olos. But that's kind of something as well. But I did bring in Copics for these, so I found colors that matched, at least how I thought. This one and this one are Chow's, but that's a YG95, that's that green, and this one is an E49, but the rest are, you can see those there. I will write those down in the chat for anybody who's interested to know which colors it is I'm using. And I think I'm going to use, well, all of them. So we'll make a green leaf for sure. We'll make a brown one. We'll make a pinky one, and we'll make an orangey one. And I think we'll do, yeah, let's just do it that way. And I'll go light to dark on these. So I'd be curious to know what some of the numbers are. Remember, to win the $15 gift card on my video, whoever is closest to the number of embellishment packs that I have will win. It's a lot. I'll just leave it at that. Maybe not as much as some of you are thinking. I'm not sure, but it's, when I finally counted them out, I was like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. Is there something in particular that you guys craft in, or hoard in your craft room? Is there something that you're just like, you like to just kind of look at it or use it as inspiration? I sometimes do that with patterned papers, to be honest with you. I will buy patterned papers and maybe not necessarily use them, but be so inspired by them that I use like the same colors that are in the pattern papers, which was fun for me to kind of pull in the paper pack that came with the kit. And it was fun for me to match up with some markers. I really enjoyed that, to be honest with you. So and I did go a little bit more dramatic. You could avoid this one if you wanted to, but I brought in an even darker color. And then I'll just go through with my lighter color and blend those out. No real rhyme or reason, honestly, to how I'm putting that color down. But for these last two, we're just going to make them green. Make that green pop a little more on that background. Yeah, so if I had anything in my office that I tend to hoard and just not really use as much, it's probably pattern paper. But I will say I get an absolute endorphin kick when I use up something that I've maybe carried with me in one of our many moves. So then I always feel like, yay, so it was worth keeping. Okay, so now we have our leaves colored, or at least the leaves I'm using. I don't know how you're doing on your coloring, if you are crafting along, but there was a matching die with the kit, so let's pull out the leaves. All right, we need, this is one of them. Here's one of them. Here's one thing. No, that's an acorn. That's an acorn. Here's one, and here's one. So found them. And I'll either keep mine in a little plastic baggie that goes with the stamp set, or I will sometimes put the dies on a magnetic sheet that goes with the stamp set. But this will stay in the back of the stamp set so that I don't lose it. And then with these, I'm just going to tack this down using a little bit of mint tape. We're going to zoom out now. Don't want to go too crazy zooming out. But we'll tack that down with a little bit of mint tape, some sort of low tack tape. And one of these, because we used the stamp twice, we'll obviously have to run that through twice. So how many die cutting machines do you have in your office or your craft room? I was looking around. Now I just recently bought another small one, and it's this small one, and I really, really like it, but I'm looking around and I guess I only have 3, but wow, that seems like a good amount. And one I don't use very often, for sure. I mostly stick to the one big one and this one small one that I have, because I really do like to have a small one on my desk. Very easily accessible, doesn't take up a lot of space. And there you go. Got some little dies. So what is one of the classes that you're really looking forward to? If you look at the lineup of what's going on, you know, what are you looking forward to? I know Carrie is after me, and she has a make your own pattern paper, which I love that idea. That just breathes new life into your, maybe the stamps you have in your stash. It gives you other ways to use them, which I think is a very good idea. All right, and then that's that. So we've got all 5 of them. Now we'll put away that die cutting machine because we don't need it anymore. All right. It's amazing how quickly the desk gets just obliterated with a mess. Okay, so I'm not going to quite attach those just yet. What I am going to do is I'm going to work on making my belly band. And so I have a piece of cardstock. This measures 8.5 inches by 1 inch. That one should have been in your list of things to make. And I'm not sure how, because I pre-recorded this, I'm not sure how Jamie did hers, but I have found for me, you know, you don't want to go real tight around it, but an easy way to do it is to just kind of wrap around, you know. You don't have to completely commit to that. Just kind of wrap around loosely, and then wrap the other one around loosely, and you just kind of line it up on the back. But you want to make sure that it's loose enough that you can easily get this on and off of your card. And so I think I'm good with that. And so I'm just going to go ahead and glue this to each other to make this belly band. All right, hold that for a few seconds, and then our belly band will be made. All right, and then I can just kind of pull that off because we're going to need that for this. Okay. What I'm going to do for the leaves, though, is I'm just going to tack those slightly behind and around. haven't quite decided how we're going to do, if we're going to cluster them or how we're going to do it. I think I like the idea of having them clustered a little bit. That seems kind of fun. Yeah, I think I like that. We're just going to cluster them because it makes my heart happy. And then to do that, I'm just going to add a little bit of glue. And then I'll attach that there. And same thing over here. All right. The only thing you want to make sure is that it's going to fit. And maybe it's not. So I'm going to have to move this down. All right, so thankfully it's glue, just liquid glue, so I can move this. So I'm going to move this down to the bottom here. And that way we'll still have, you know, check it with your front, because you don't want it to go too far beyond if you're afraid it won't fit inside of your envelope. Okay, so we've got that. And then I need to attach this down to here. And to be honest, and I want to do it with foam strips. That's what I want to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to attach, just kind of measure out what I need, trim it. Doesn't matter, I guess, huh? Doesn't matter. All right, I'll put a tiny little piece on this other end. And then I'll peel off that release paper. And then we've got that. Okay, I'm not sure if I want to put any ephemera. I may want to put some ephemera, or at least a piece, because you could stick some ephemera. You can even put some in here. It will hide itself back in. But there's some really cute pieces of ephemera. I love the little teacups. I'm just going to grab out a few. We don't need all of them, because I believe you get like 4 of each, maybe. So let's see. Try this. Oh, that's so cute. That would be fun. Or even that one's cute. Really darling little pieces in here. Oh, I like that too. I think we'll stick to that one. Really been enjoying crafting with ephemera, and what's nice about it is, you know, you can make quick cards, but also, you know, you see how those are colored, and you can, you know, kind of mimic that if you have stamped images that maybe are similar, at least mimic the color combos. And will we stamp, since this is Enjoy This Life, I want to stamp maybe Find the Simple Pleasures. Ooh, I don't know. Or Fall is in the Air. Or leave it as is. I think I'm just going to leave it as is, all right? So I actually think we're done with the glue, but I'm not done embellishing. So here we go. Super fun. Okay, so I can put that down on top of there. And then this is where I would bring in the embellishments. As you can tell, I've gone nutso using the enamel dots. And so, ooh, I don't know. Maybe I'll use these light ones. I haven't used the dark pink purple yet. but I feel like that might get a little lost. So we're going to go ahead and use the cream ones. Or these pink ones are nice too. Let's use the blush ones. And I like to use a paper piercer. Wherever you put them, if you want to put them on the belly band, that's fine. Just make sure it's not hanging off, because then it will stick it to the paper, and you don't want to do that. So these might get a little lost on there, but at least when you're looking at it, because that paper's sort of busy, at least when you're looking at it, you'll see some pretty sparkle, I think, anyway. All right. So I did 3 and 3 and 3, and then we'll do, let me just do one here, kind of tucked underneath there. And I may do, nah, I think we'll stop there. We will stop there. Oh, but I like that. That's fun. All right, so my card's done. I hope your card is coming along well, or if you are waiting, I hope that your card turns out great. I hope you enjoy the rest of the retreat. Carrie is up next, and I know that she will dazzle and delight you with her card. But yeah, I can't wait to see what you all make, how you guys adapt this, what you guys decide to do, because there are lots of wonderful options for how to make these cards. Make them smaller, make them bigger, make them skinnier, make them however. But I had fun with y'all. Don't forget, quickly leave a comment down below of how many embellishment packs you think I have, and I will pick a winner. And then the directions for how to claim that prize will be down there, and we can go from there. All right, everybody, thanks for stopping in. Bye.
Hello there, it's Carrie Rhodes here. Thank you so much for coming to my class for the Not Too Shabby Fall Retreat. Enjoy this life. I am teaching a class on making your own backgrounds. We're going to make 3 backgrounds and make 6 cards out of those backgrounds. Plus, I have 2 bonus cards at the end to share with you that I made with the leftover scraps. So it's a long class. I want to make sure that you have already watched the homework video, and that was that's going to give you like the measurements for each card. So you can have that stuff pre-cut. I also have a supply list in the description box of the homework video to tell you exactly what you're going to need for this class. So those are two super important things. Also, I have a giveaway in this video. So watch the whole thing. There'll be a question at the end that you answer in the live chat in order to possibly win the $15 gift card to the Not Too Shabby shop. Also, if you miss something in this video, if you can't stay the whole time, you definitely can watch this on replay and come back and finish all your stuff later. So let's jump in and start making background number 1. And just for your convenience, here's a look at all the supplies we're going to be using in today's class. Also, of course, you're going to need your kit from the Not Too Shabby shop, the Enjoy This Life kit. We're going to be using those papers, stamps, ephemera, stencil, all the good things. And now it's time to get creative. Let's start background number 1. I have my 6x6 piece of white cardstock here with my perfectly plaid stencil from the Enjoy Your Life kit. On top, I have used some pixie spray to stick it down. You could also do magnets if that's how you like it, whatever way you like to stencil. I'm going to be using frayed leaf ink from Altenew and a blending style brush. You can use whatever you like to stencil with, but we want a light green ink and we want to do somewhat of a light layer. I don't really feel concerned about making sure that it is really dark in ink coverage. I actually really just want a light layer. And if some spots are a little darker than others, that also is not a big deal. Not a concern. We're turning this into our own background, which I love making my own backgrounds. I think it's super fun. And this is a technique that I've loved doing for a while. It is about layering up different elements to create a background. So we're going to start with the stenciling, and then we're going to do some stamping right over the top of this. Now this is a great stencil. You can see with the right tools, you can get a really quick and easy background. And now I'm just going to go over this and kind of clean it up. I'm making sure all that ink that was sitting on top is worked down into the paper. And you can see I do have some spots that are darker and some spots that are lighter. I like it that way. But you do yours how you like it. All of the projects that we're doing today, all of the things that I'm showing you are things you can change up according to your preference. Okay, let's go ahead and remove the stencil. And we have a gorgeous plaid background. Like this stencil, it is so good. This is something you can use on lots of different things. All right, we are now all done with all of the stenciling supplies, and it is time to stamp this. So hopefully you got all your little stamps ready to go on a block like this. I have the 4 leaves, acorn, and mushroom, and I'm going to be using black ink, the ink that I like to use for coloring. We're going to be using colored pencils today for this, so whatever ink you like, it does not have to be Copic friendly. This is just my go-to black ink, totally black, from Dare to Be Artsy. And I'm going to stamp this up as if it's one image. That's why they're all clustered closely together. And then we'll stamp this down right onto the paper. If you have not had a chance to watch the homework video, make sure you do that. Maybe you want to pause this and go watch that and come back to this class. And it will explain all the things that I am doing here today. So you might have noticed before I inked up my stamp and stamped it down again, I am rotating the stamp so that it is positioned differently every time I go to stamp it down, and then I don't have something that's too repetitious. This is going to look more random. But you see how nicely this is stamping over the top of our stenciled background because we did that lighter ink color, and I wasn't worried about getting super dark coverage. Now, to me, this is going to work best with a block like I'm doing here. And then I don't have to reposition things in my MISTI. So that's why I am doing this versus using any kind of stamp positioning tool. But if you had something more like the stamping wheel from Altenew, maybe you could do that and figure that out. To me, this was just the quickest way. All right, so we have that stamped. I'm just going to rub a little bit of the ink off of here and clean this up because we are going to use it again on another card. I think it's card number 3. So I'm going to have this ready to go because we're going to use some colored ink with that. Okay, so we're done with the black. Now it's time to move on to coloring. We're going to color these up. We're going to use colored pencils. In the homework video, I did show you all the colors that I was using. My pencils are from Arteza, whatever pencils that you have. We're going to have a foresty kind of green and a lighter green. We're going to have like a burnt orange or dark yellow color. This one's called yellow ochre. We're going to have like a burnt sienna, a sienna brown, and a really dark cocoa brown. We also have like a mossy green color. And then we've got our gray. The gray is really important. But again, feel free to like mix this up and really make it what you want. I have a little sample of the paper already done as a reference. You can see we're doing really simple coloring. We're not doing shading. Okay, we're just going to color these in really. So I'll leave this up on the screen so you can see that too. And then we're just going to set to coloring. So I'm going to take my yellow ochre, and that's what is going to be the top of my mushroom. So what I'm going to do is actually color all the mushroom tops at one time, and then I'll be done with this color. It's probably also nice to have a pencil sharpener handy when you're doing this, because then you're able to sharpen this as you go. And having a sharpened pencil does make for a little bit easier coloring. Now, when I'm coloring this, I am still able to see the stenciling through what I have colored. And to me, that's totally acceptable. That's what I want. It gives it a really kind of depth to my project. So I'm okay with that. I'm going to color this mushroom, and then I'll hold this up to the camera so you can see what the look is that I have here. And when I'm coloring with my colored pencils, I'm doing a couple things. I'm going to color with a light hand. I'm not going in straight away and pushing down hard. And then I can just continue to color over that area, and it's going to fill in the tooth of the paper as I go. I also, as I color, I will rotate my pencil a little bit, and that's going to help so you don't have just like one flat spot. So let's just continue to color in the tops of our pencils with our kind of golden yellow color. And again, feel free to make this your own. Change up the colors and do what makes you happy, right? Okay, so we have, let's see, we would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of each of the different elements because we stamped it 9 times. And so as well as this might take a little bit to color up the whole sheet, it can go pretty quickly if you don't worry about coloring it absolutely perfect. And we're not doing any kind of shading, so it'll go a little bit faster because of that. It's been a long time since I've kind of colored with colored pencils. I tend to use mostly my Copic markers, which we will be using alcohol markers on the next background. But I find like mixing up my mediums and playing with some of my other tools and, you know, coloring mediums can be really inspiring. It kind of gets the mojo flowing when you use something that maybe you haven't pulled out in a while. All right, so here's our last mushroom top. And then we'll move on to the stem of the mushroom. Okay. Also, if you come to a point when you're like creating your cards. I think this is the color. Yeah, I'm going to use burnt ochre. We'll try it out and see if that's the color. Sure. I don't know. Did I use this one? Camel. Let's try the next one in camel. Yeah, I think I used this camel. It's kind of a mossy color. It's a weird color. I would go with a light brown or a mossy green here. Yeah. I feel like I was saying something and I forgot what it was. All right, so we'll just color out these stems. And those go quickly. They're just little, you know. Oh, if you get to a point when you're making your cards, this is what I was getting to. And, you know, this is going to be cut up to make our cards. And part of it, you're thinking, oh, that's missing something. You can always go back and add to this. So if you felt like, oh, there's an open spot, I'm going to stamp something else. Or that needs like, oh, that one didn't get colored as good. I can always go back, you know, and add to it, right? So don't feel like this is one and done and all of that. You can always go back. Okay, we're going to do our acorns now, and we're going to use our cocoa brown, I feel is the top. No, not at all. I think we're going to use these two colors. Yeah, we're going to use the lighter color on the bottom. It has been a long time since I planned these projects, since I made these backgrounds, and I've had these pencils sitting out for this very moment of recording the class for a while. And I wrote down all the colors I used just in case. However, I didn't necessarily write down which pencil I used on which item. So we'll just kind of figure it out together as we go. And like I said, if one thing is a little bit different than the next, not a big deal. So I have to say that I think the acorn is probably my favorite image in this paper that we're making right now. I probably could have made a paper that was just the acorns because they're so cute. I like acorns in my home decor. I just think they're so cute. Little acorn dishes and acorn candles. I have different things like that. I love them. We do get them around here. We have in Idaho a lot of squirrels, and at the different parks nearby, we have trees that will have acorns, and you'll see them around a lot, and you see the squirrels collecting them. I don't actually have any near my house, but we do have a lot of squirrels near my house. That's for sure. And they come mostly for somebody, my neighbor, feeds them peanuts. And we'll find peanut shells in our yard, in my garden. Also, did you know that squirrels like to sharpen their teeth? And so the squirrels in my backyard will come onto the wrought iron part of my fence, and they sharpen their teeth on it. It's the funniest thing. So yeah, the top of my wrought iron fence is definitely scratched up from the squirrels sharpening their teeth. I don't know if they're sharpening them so much as they're kind of, they grow fast and they're kind of wearing them down. Okay, next, my color I'm using is sienna brown. That will be for the tops of my acorns. And again, I'm just coloring in a circular motion as I go and rotating my pencil, turning it from time to time so I don't get one flat spot. It helps, you know, kind of keep it sharp. Color the little tiny stem. And then we have our leaves to do. So I don't know, this is a good time if you're at home. This would be a thing I would do, like listening to a podcast, because I have to look down at my paper. I'm not necessarily going to watch a TV show, or I might get distracted by the TV show. So I like to listen to podcasts while I do things like this. I am a true crime girl, and that's what I like to listen to. I also listen to some that are about different, like I listened to one that's about the TV show Survivor. I love the TV show Survivor as well. Okay, this is coming along. You can already see just how much the paper is being transformed by coloring these in. It's so cute. I know that this is time consuming, and this might not be your regular everyday cup of tea. Like, you're not going to sit down and make this 100 times with all your different stamp sets, right? But from time to time, this is so much fun to do. It is a little bit relaxing. And also, sometimes you don't know right away what you want to make, but you want to play with your stuff. This is a good thing to make. And then, as you're kind of coloring, the ideas will maybe come to you. But I will give you a warning. When I make something like this, I'm often so in love with the final product that I don't always want to cut it. But we're going to be brave today, and we're going to color and we're going to cut. So make sure when it comes time to making our cards that you do have your paper cutter handy. And we're going to make 2 cards with this. Again, I do have a homework video. If you haven't seen the homework video, it is extremely important, I feel, to watch that in advance, because it is going to tell you how to cut the paper for these projects. Okay, now we have our greens that we're going to do for our leaves. And I actually am going to do one of the leaves yellow as well. So I have 2 different greens and a yellow. I'm going to go with this lighter green, the pear, for the leaf that's kind of with the pointy edges. And this is really close to kind of my ink color for the plaid background. I also have to say that plaid is one of my top favorite backgrounds. And there is a paper pad for this kit that was, it was free if you did the early bird registration, which I hope some of you did that. And then you could purchase it as an add-on when you purchase the kit if you missed the early bird sign up. And it is such a good paper pad with such fun colors, and it's all plaids. And we are going to be using that today, but I have some suggestions on other papers you can use if you don't have the plaid one. And also feel free to pull out any of your own supplies to change things up. If you didn't get the plaid, maybe you have something on hand that's similar or that you love for fall that you could do. Oh gosh, I am loving how this is looking. And I hope you're enjoying your time coloring. Maybe you're having to work at a little bit faster pace with me than you normally would. But you know what? This is just a different kind of coloring. There are times when we go really slow and we take our time and we do all the shading and all of that. There are times for that. Yes. This is not that. It's a different kind of coloring for this technique, right? Where we're really just filling in each of the images. That's what we're doing. All right, we have a few more. I know I kind of didn't go in order. Here we go. It's a little bit like a puzzle. Try to find the right pieces. I really feel that coloring all the things that are the same, all the green leaves like this, it really makes it go faster than if I was to try to color a row or something, you know? Okay, we have a couple more, or did we get them all? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, now we're going to move on to the darker green. And the darker green, we're going to do the leaf that's kind of like a maple leaf. Maybe I should do that one more reddish, but this is what I'm doing. I'm going for it. The darkest green here. Again, I'm coloring in a circular motion that it helps prevent harsh pencil lines. Also, when you're doing colored pencils, I find it best to use a paper that's not ultra smooth. You know, we're always trying to get ultra smooth papers, maybe for hot foiling and whatnot. But if you have a paper that has a little bit more of a texture to it, that isn't ultra smooth, that is really good for your colored pencils. It gives them, you know, kind of something to grab onto. So that's what I'm using here today. This, I'm not sure what this paper is, but it is not quite, it's not watercolor paper, that's for sure. But it definitely has a tooth to it. I'm going to call it a tooth. I don't even know if that's the right word. Let's see, this color I'm using is called Moss. It's really good. I like this color. It's very fall-like, very rich. I don't know if you can hear when I'm not talking, the sound of the pencil on the paper. I don't know if that's too quiet, but I rather enjoy it. Also, I think coloring is kind of what got me started in the world of paper crafting. I mean, if I think way back to Crayola days, you know, that's what got me started. It was coloring with my Crayolas in a color book. So this is just one of those takes you back to your childhood kind of moments. I'm thinking about, you know, maybe the texture on your color book page. I'm going to have to sharpen this one. I think this is my last leaf though. Okay, now we're going to move on to the smallest leaf, and I'm going to come in with that yellow ochre, that really golden yellow color. And color all these tiny ones, so these should go pretty fast. I like the pop of golden on here. That's going to go really nicely with our cards to have that pop of bright color. I hope you guys are enjoying the event and the different classes and all the different techniques and themes of classes that we have going on. I know that all the creators have been working really hard on their things and trying to make really fun projects for all of you. And I know so many of them, they're people I call friends. So I am rooting for them and really hoping that you enjoy them and creating with them as much as I enjoy their company myself. I'm loving how this is turning out. I mean, I really could make these a lot more often. Okay. Oh, I missed a leaf right here. Did you notice that before I did? I mean, hopefully not, because probably your head is down and you're coloring with me, right? Coloring right along. All right, now we have one more leaf. I'm going to use this weird color called Camel. The color, I can't decide if it's green or brown or yellow. It's just camel. That's what it is. And, you know, maybe over the white part of the paper, it looks one way, and over the green part of the paper, it kind of looks another way. Yeah, but I'm going with it. This might be different than what I used here. Maybe I used the cocoa. Y'all, I'm just having fun, right? Pick the colors that make you happy, that speak to you in the moment. And that's what I'm doing. I also have one of my cards where I'm going to use a different paper in the card we make together than the original paper I used to make the card, because when making it, I couldn't decide which paper I liked better. So it'll be a moment for you to kind of also choose which one you like better. I love this stamp set. I think it's so much fun. There's so many images in this set. I haven't even stamped them all yet. There's like that row of pumpkins, 3 in a row. I didn't even use that stamp just because there is so much in this kit. All the ephemera, so many different stamp choices, great papers. I love the little die, Enjoy This Life. So I can see why there's so many different creators in this event, because there really is just so much you can do with this kit. Okay, that is my last leaf. Oh my word, check that out. Okay, if you are still coloring, feel free to do that for the sake of this class not being, excruciatingly long. I'm going to move on. I'm bringing in my elephant gray. And what I'm going to do is kind of pick a side, and I'm going to come in and add a little shadow. And I'm okay if this gets on my colored image and darkens up part of my actual stamped image, but I'm just going to go around one side and create a shadow. Again, this does not have to be perfect. We want it to be a little bit organic, and just create a drop shadow. Also, I feel like this part is 100% optional. You could leave this part out. It really just creates a bit of a 3D effect, adding that drop shadow. So again, options, and this will give you a little bit of time to catch up in case you need that. And I'm just going to go around each image in a circular motion, creating this really soft gray shadow. Keeping it to the right side and a little bit under, but not going all the way around, just on one side. And I've kind of picked the right side because that's easiest for me. If I'm coloring on the left, I kind of can't see the stamped image, so I tend to do the right side. And it just helps bring it to life, create a little bit more interest. I always say love is in the details, and our cards are made with love, right? So this is the detail on here that is the love that somebody may never notice. Even if they're a card maker, they might not notice, but it just gives it an overall feel, an overall effect that I think is so worth it. Okay, we're a third of the way done. We're gonna shake out our hands. We don't want any hand cramps, right? Hopefully you've brought some snacks and water with you today. And we're just gonna power through this. Also, if this is something you wanted to recreate in the future, this technique, you could do a smaller piece of paper. This was just created so that we could make more than one card. It's the size of our stencil. And then we always have a little left over in case we want to do something else with it. This is the size of leftover that you will have after you make the 2 cards. After this, there is one more step, and that is to add a little bit of splatter. So let's talk about splatter. I love splatter. Okay, so let me just tell you that. But I know not everybody does. So that's going to be an optional step for you as well. So if you're still coloring and you're like, girl, no, what is with the splatter? I'm not doing that. Then you can just keep coloring in your little images while I go ahead and add splatter. So for this particular background, so many possibilities for splatter, and really just use what you have and what you feel inspired to use. You could go with a brown, you could go with a green, you could go with a red. I am going to go metallic. So I'm going to bring in a metallic watercolor for my splattering and do gold. If you have any kind of splatter that you love, maybe you have like a shimmer, do that. Okay, whatever you want to use is going to work perfectly fine with this project. All right, I feel at the halfway mark for shadowing. Some of these may have a darker shadow or a bigger shadow than others. Totally fine. The point of this is I want you to have fun learning something new and doing something different than maybe you have before. And I will tell you, I have been paper crafting for over 20 years. And I met this wonderful lady, Susie, also a card maker, and she did a technique like this. And I was in love with it. I fell in love with it. This literally was at the beginning of when I was making cards. I mean, it had to be 15 or so years ago. And it is something that I've still kept with me and loved doing and playing with different kinds of stamp sets, with butterflies or flowers, just different things, and making my own paper. And always the cards that I make with them are some of my favorite, because I know how much love went into making the background, and it always makes me think of her and how she really like taught me something that stuck with me and makes me feel artistic. You know, a lot of times with card making, you can get into really just like gluing things down, and other times you're getting a little inky, right? You're pulling out machines and different tools and all of that. And so there are times when you need a quick and easy card and you just want to glue down all the pretty things. And there's other times when you're like, oh yeah, I want to feel artistic today. I want to really create something from scratch. And so this can be one of those things where you're still using all the things you normally would, your stencils, your stamps, your coloring medium, but you're just getting a little bit artistic with it, right? That's what I like about this. I like feeling artistic with my crafting supplies. And I think like no matter what your artistic level is, whether you're the person drawing and designing the stamps, or you're the person that is seeing a card made online and copying it 100%, we all have different levels of being creative and feeling artistic. So even if you don't consider yourself an artist, you are being artistic. And that's the important thing. That's the like therapeutic side of what we do that keeps us going when times are hard and life throws you curveballs that you're not expecting. We have this, right, to fall back onto and to help us feel artistic and have that, you know, creative therapy, so to speak. Okay, I feel like that is it for my shadowing. I think I got all the pieces. And yeah, it's coming together. Do you see how that kind of, oh, I missed this one. It kind of makes everything just pop off the paper, doesn't it? Okay, so that is with our light gray. I think light gray works best. It's very forgiving. And then that's the coloring. So I am going to put my pencils away now, or aside actually. And then we're going to bring in, oh, the stuff for splatter. I totally bumped the camera. Sorry about that. I'm going to use my Altenew watercolors. I have everything set out right next to me, which hopefully those of you that watch the homework have that too. And I have my spray bottle of water. I'm just going to put a few squirts of water right onto that gold that I want to use. And the brush that I'm using is a rather, I mean, it's not a huge brush, but it's not tiny, right? And then I'll just swirl my water around and pick up some paint. I want kind of a lot on there, and you want it to be fairly watery on the paint there. I'll make sure this is in camera. And then we're just gonna take the brush and tap it like so, moving over the paper. And if you just are like, okay, that's enough, do a little. However, I will tell you right now, I like to do a lot. And the reason why I like a lot of splatter is because we're going to cut this up. We're going to stick it onto a card. We're going to put cute things like a little fox over the top of this and all of that. So some of this is going to get covered up. So I always say, you can do this little finger tapping motion too, that more splatter is okay because of that. Because we're going to be covering up a lot of this. So don't be shy with the splatter. It'll be all right, especially gold, right? All right, now we're putting that in a cup of water and let's get a close-up look at our finished background number 1. Mark the time. It was 33 minutes and 55 seconds. Okay, so we need to give that a moment to dry, and that gives me time to kind of clean up and get my other things out that I need for my card. So in the card making homework video for this class, I made a kit for myself for card number 1, and I shared that with y'all on my YouTube channel. And so here I have my kit for card number 1. Card number 1 is here. You see it? So I'm going to go ahead and get that out and be ready. I have already embossed my Autumn Blessings sentiment with white pigment ink or clear pigment ink and white embossing powder. So I've already done that. That's ready to go. We also used the stamp set to stamp out the fox. We colored it. We die cut it out. That was in the homework video as well. All the measurements for these card pieces are in the video also, and so you should have that. And make sure my desk is dry and my paper, so I'm doing a 2-for-1, drying the desk and fanning the paper, and we'll just test it out. It needs just a minute, but we're going to want to cut this and get it ready for this right here. So the first square that we're going to cut out of this is going to be 3 1/4 by 3 1/4. So you're going to need a paper cutter for that. I'm going to use my tiny paper cutter because it works best for my tiny space being on camera. And actually, I don't know if this goes to 3 1/4, if that's the mark at the edge. So let me see if this one will work. Bring in a larger, older paper cutter. And 3 1/4 inches. We're going to cut that straight down all the way. This is going to give us another piece for our second card, and then we'll cut it on the side, so rotating it and cutting it at 3 1/4. Here's your extra piece that you can use to make something else later. All right, so then we have our 3 1/4 by 3 1/4 inch square we're going to use, and that will be with our card kit for card number 1. We'll set this one aside for card number 2. We can go ahead and pull out all the things that we need. If you have yet to cut yours, let me hold this up for you. You can pause it right now and go ahead and cut that. Okay. All right, so we're going to start from the bottom up. We're going to put on our patterned paper. This is from the Plaid paper pack. Again, if you do not have this, feel free to go ahead and use any paper from the Enjoy This Life paper pad and stick that down. Just have fun picking out something that you think is going to go good with this card, because most of this, or a lot of this, is going to be covered. So it's a really easy one to switch out for something else, right? But I just love this simple line on the diagonal for this card. All right, next we will create our layered panel. So this is going to be 1/4 of an inch larger all the way around. So 3 1/2 by 3 1/2. We'll glue those two pieces together. I like using liquid glue for my adhesive. It's my go-to glue. So you'll notice me using that a lot, but really use the adhesive that you love. Once I was introduced to liquid glue 100 years ago, there was no going back. I felt like I was saving so much money using liquid glue because a little bit goes a long way. And I was like always running out of tape runner. And I am a stickler for good adhesion. Like, it has to be stuck down really well. I use a lot, and you'll notice that right about now with my foam squares. So we're going to pop up this square and put this onto our card. I like to press these down and then come back, peel off the papers. And I usually just have a little trash near me that I stick these in. And that is very helpful, but I'll just make a pile for right now because actually my little baby trash needs emptied. You think a person would do that before they start a video? All right, so there it is. And then you just decide which way you want the top to go. I'm going to stick mine like that. I'm going to have what I would consider an equal border here and here, right? Okay, next is our fox. I have a circle that's approximately 2 1/4 inches. I have a circle die set that has like every possible size. It's actually 2 circle die sets. They're like 1/8 of an inch apart, and so it could be 2 3/8. All right, so there we have him. Isn't that cute? I love little critters. You'll notice most of my cards are critters or food. I like, you know, woodland critters, and then, yeah, bring on the food things. All right, we might trim this guy down a little bit to fit there at the top. Like so. Save that one. So this one is getting popped up too. Of course, if you prefer your cards a little more flat, then don't pop this one up, or pop this one up and maybe not the square. It does require sometimes extra postage when you have thick cards. So help support your local post office or the United States Postal Service. This is going to go right in the middle. I'm actually covering up all my mushrooms. How about you? Oh, it's cute. I'm loving it. All right, then we have our autumn blessings. That's going to go right here. Hopefully you stamped yours in the middle. I feel like mine is slightly off to one side, but what, you know, this is about having fun and not everything being perfect. So I'm going to stick that right onto the card. I like that this is lower and this is higher. All right, also in your kit, you got some ephemera pieces that are enamel dots with your ephemera. This is what we're going to use on either side right here. I like to use a little tool with mine, like a pokey tool. And that helps me kind of pick this up and then have something I can use to stick it down. So the ones that I'm using are the cream colored ones. So just keep these handy. We're going to use these on most of the cards if you're making the cards along with us. Okay, you know what? That completes card number 1. Oh, my cute. I love it. I love how this card looks a little bit different than that one because I've got more of the brown acorn showing. That is awesome. Okay, let's get prepared for card number 2 as I clear things away, and we'll set these aside. I'm going to put them back in my little sleeve I had to protect them. Right? Maybe. There we go. Okay. So card number 2, we're using this extra piece. And then we will have a card kit for that as well with all the cut pieces. So I'll bring that in right here. This is card number 2. We're obviously going to have to trim this down just a little bit. And it needs to be shorter. It needs to be 5.5 inches long and 2.5 inches wide. Okay, that is the size we're cutting piece number 2 for card number 2. 2.5 by 5.5. That's what we're cutting this. I'm going to go ahead and use the larger paper cutter for 5.5 inches. I am going to cut a little bit off of each end because there's a little bit of a white border all the way around this from just the nature of the stencil. And then the side I'm going to cut down to 2.5 inches also has that white border, and it's just a little bit we're trimming off. Not really pieces that you could save and use for much of anything. All right, so there we have it. Ready to go on card number 2. If you have yet to cut your pieces, you can pause right now, cut your cardstock to these sizes so you'll be ready to craft along with us. I'll leave that on the screen just in case you can see it. I don't know. So also for this particular card, we have the 2 coffee mugs from the set stamped and colored. This was shown on the homework with the actual markers that I used. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to kind of build this. And I'm going to use my card to do it. I'm going to lay this down about where I think it's going to go. And then we're going to put our patterned paper. What I'm going to do is put a little glue here, right on top of it, on this 1-inch strip. And then we're going to nestle this in so that we can still see our stamped sentiment. We're going to make sure things are straight, or let's call it straight-ish. Straight-ish is fine. But what I'm going for is a line of my patterned paper so that it's all going down the same row of this kind of plaid. And then I can lay that down. You can also use your grid mat for this. And then last but not least, I'm going to stick this down. I'm going to cover up the seam. Now on this one, I put it under the paper. That seems harder to me to have both of them under the paper. I'm going to have this one just cover up that seam, or you could also put it right on to just the pattern paper and have less of it show. So kind of play with that and see how it fits best onto your card. I also tend to make any skinny strips like this, I tend to make them a little bit longer because I want them to be flush with the edge, and then I trim them off. And I'm going to do that once I stick this whole thing down to my card. So we'll go ahead and pick that up now that we have it all assembled. Add some adhesive and stick it down. And you will have just a little bit of a border on this left-hand side. And make sure I'm flush with the top and the bottom. And then we'll come in and trim off any excess that might be there. You might have cut your gold strip to 5.5 like the directions say, so maybe you didn't have any to cut off there. All right, so then we have our circle here, and there is a heart in the set. I stamped my heart on here with some brown onto this dark green circle. It didn't show up very good. So I thought for today's card, let's do it a little bit different. I'm going to pull out that tiny heart, and we're going to stamp it this time with some white ink and a tiny block. So what I'll do is kind of lay my mugs out where I think they're going to go approximately, and I'll bring in my white ink pad. I want to just make sure that's clean. And I'm going to pounce this on here and also just let it kind of sit on the pad for a second. Because it is a nice solid heart, I want to make sure it's like really inked up well. Then when I stamp it down, I'm going to go straight down. I'm going to hold it on the paper for a minute, because the longer I hold this here, the more ink will transfer. I don't have to have like a really hard hand. I don't have to press down hard, get white knuckled when doing this, okay? Like that. That looks so much better than this. Should I try to stamp on here? Look at this. I'm going to stamp right on here. If I don't get it right on top of the ones that are already there, it'll just look like a little shadow, right? It'll be fine. Yes, that makes me so much happier. Okay. Yay. While I'm giving that a moment to dry, let's bring in some more foam and pop up our little mugs. So first I want to glue the mugs to each other. So just a little bit of glue on the edge of your smaller mug. Overlap that how you like with your bigger mug. Give that a second to take hold, and then we'll flip it over. And I like to put the foam square so it's also going to help hold things together. And that, I don't know, just gives me a little bit of insurance that things are going to stay where I want them to. That's about all we need there. Sometimes I forget and I have so much stuff on my desk. Oh, cute. All right, now I'm going to pop this one up too, but you know, you don't have to do all the popping. And I think 4 of these is sufficient. Bring that down. See, once you have your background made, the rest of this is going to go together pretty quickly. Also, if you've already pre-cut all your things, like your circles, and stamped your happy fall, y'all, which, by the way, I used walnut ink on that one. That is also from Lawn Fawn. So there are my cards for card number 2. I love how the backgrounds have just a slightly different look to them. Okay, card number 2. We're good. Okay, now we need to get ready for card number 3. This might be a good point to pause things, rearrange your stuff. But we're going to start with this piece of paper for our second background. I'm going to grab my things, you grab your things, and let's come right back in 1 second. All right, card number 2, or background number 2, we're going to stamp with this pumpkin right here. It's the more squatty, round or oval shaped one, and we're going to use black ink. You can stamp right onto your background paper. If you don't have the plaid paper, this is from that Enjoy Life, and this looks just as good stamped on here. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to stamp this pumpkin in rows. So we're going to ink it up, stamp it down. Each little time you stamp it, you want to just turn it a hair. And we are going to stamp these pretty close together. Just being mindful when you hit the ink pad that you're all the way on, so all the parts of your pumpkin are going to get inked. Now the second row, I'm going to start with my pumpkin halfway on and halfway off, or about one section of the pumpkin off. So that way this again looks a little bit more random, like it's cut from a larger sheet. That's always what I'm going for when I'm creating my own backgrounds. And now we are starting with a already lovely background, right? We're just dressing it up a little bit. And I think that is so much fun to take something that's already there and put your own touch on it, really. Okay, so we're about halfway done, and remember to start off the paper so we have a little bit more random of a feel. My ink pad's running away. Let's see. I think I got these a little bit more close together on this stamping than I did on the initial one I made. So if that happens, you can kind of, like I said, fill in the little pieces so you just don't have this random, weird, empty spot. Like that. You can even do a little, just a little edge right there. Okay, so now it should look like this. We're done with our ink pad for now. We're going to bring in some alcohol markers to do this. What we want for coloring, let me actually clean this black ink off my mat here before we move on. Otherwise, you know, I'm going to get it where I don't want it. Make sure that's dry. Now for our alcohol markers, we do want the background, the plaid part, to show through. So I'm using a really light orange, R02. I'm going to shadow that with EO4. My stem is going to be BG99, and the shadow, warm gray number 4. Okay, so we're going to come in and do our pumpkins with that R02. We're just going to color this in. It's very close to the color of the plaid in the background, but also coloring with alcohol markers, you're going to have some transparency. You're going to be able to see that plaid still through the background. And that is kind of the charm of it. I like that, just like on our first background. Now this one is a lot bigger images, less colors, but also we're only going to do a tiny bit of shading. We're not going to use a bunch of colors, just almost more like a shadow is what we're going for. Because remember, this is the background. These pumpkins and the leaves, for example, are not the focal point of our cards. So that's how we can do this a little bit differently than if it was the focal point of our cards, right? We're just coloring a little bit more simply than we normally would because this isn't the focal point. So that's why we're doing it this way. I'm going to do this whole first row with my R02, coloring in these pumpkins. But then I'm going to go ahead and go back in with the color that I'm going to use to shadow this. And that's because alcohol markers dry. And when you're doing coloring that's layered, it's better if one of the colors is a little bit wet. So if you want to do one pumpkin at a time with just these 2 colors, you could totally do it that way on this project. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about here. We're going to bring in E04 and we're going to add just like tracing an outline on these pumpkin pieces. See that? And then that's it. The only one I'm going on all the sides is this one that's a complete oval. The others that are covered up, I'm only doing like a C shape. Okay, so we're just giving it a little bit of a shadow. I just found that that was enough color on the shadow for these. We're going to keep it simple, but yet it's going to be elevated, right? So this is the whole process we're going to do on all the pumpkins. I'm going to go row by row on this step. Then I'll go back and do all my stems. And then I'm going to go back and give everything a shadow, of course. So R02. I hope that you guys like and appreciate playing with the different mediums for today's class, doing the colored pencils and then the coloring with Copic markers. I know I do. I like playing around with different things. You know, we have to have all the things in our hobby, right? All the tools. Oh my word, all the tools. We have to have full set syndrome, right? All the papers, just in case someday I might need that paper. I will feel guilty cutting it, but I might need it, right? So this background is just slightly easier than the one we did before. But this time we're, starting out with an already printed background. We didn't stencil that, but that's always an option for this step too. The only thing is that you would want to stencil with something that's Copic friendly. So that's the tricky part because you don't want to smear what you've stenciled. That's why we're doing this one and just, sharing another technique with patterned paper. I really love thinking of ways that I can elevate my patterned paper or make it unique. And I think I have a whole entire video on ways you can upgrade your patterned paper. I really like making my own background. So I hope you're enjoying it today as well. Maybe you like to do it too. And if so, you could, you know, always share your ways that you like to make different backgrounds. I also like to do the gel press. Oh my goodness, I love playing with the gel press. I have made so many backgrounds that I haven't made new gel press prints in a while. But I think it's time. I think it's probably time to break it out. I might need some new paint. Or maybe I should play with my inks that I have on my gel press. If you haven't done a gel press before, you should definitely research that. It's so much fun for making backgrounds. Or pieces of paper that you're maybe going to die cut from. I love doing that as well. So now that this one is a little bit easier than our first background, our third background that we're making is also going to be a little bit easier than this one. And I love that. We start out with the hard one. We got it out of the way. We're in our creative mojo now. And we're cruising right along. I'm sure if you don't have these markers, you can find something similar. You could always change out the shape and not do the pumpkin and do something different on here. And also, you could probably use a different coloring medium than I'm using if you don't have alcohol markers at all. This is really about getting ideas and sparking your creativity to, you know, kind of create your own thing, to customize your papers. Use your stamps in a different way. Also, this pumpkin looks totally cute, just colored like this. If you didn't want to add that second shadow, I think it looks fabulous just with the R02. You could always use also a really light orange color, a YG color on here would be fabulous as well. I kind of like pink or a coral color for a pumpkin. I really love that. I actually have pumpkins growing right out there in my garden that are a really light orange, and I think they're just so cute. It's actually more of a squash, but they have a squatty pumpkin shape, and I don't exactly know the name of them to tell you right now, but they're getting really close to being full grown. It's the last days of August when I'm filming this, and I'm getting really excited to be able to pick them and figure out different ways to eat them. They're really cute. All right, so third row complete. Well, for that color, let's bring in E04. Create our shadow. Oh my cute. I think pumpkins are just adorable. We were talking about decor with acorns. Yeah, I might also have, and quite a bit more, pumpkin decor. I have a lot that are like carved from wood. I love that look. I probably have 4 of them that are in different styles and different colors. Yeah, I have a lot of little pumpkin decor things. I like to put them all over my fireplace. In the fall, I'm ready. I'm so ready to do that. I think come September 1st, I'm pulling it all out. I don't know if you have decorated for fall yet or Halloween. That's another fun one as well. I do have a few Halloween kind of decorations. How many of you, I wonder, make your own home decor with your crafting supplies? I love doing that, and I do have quite a bit of it. I have a lot of banners. I love making banners. I have some door hangers that I love. At Christmas, I have a lot of ornaments. I love making ornaments. And yeah, I really like having a touch of the homemade in with my decor. I have a really big home decor project that I think I want to make that I have yet to tackle. Who knows when that will happen, but It's one of those things in the back of my mind I will do. Do you have projects like that? Actually, it's bringing to mind another project I want to do, a quilt. Just a really simple quilt. I want to do a denim quilt. And I've been collecting patches from different places that I've traveled to in our RV. We have an RV. And most of them are national parks or national monuments. Maybe state parks as well. But yeah, I get a patch, like a patch you would put on your Girl Scout uniform type of a patch. And I want to sew those onto my denim quilt. So that's the project. It's going to be a rag quilt, which is really easy to do. And I think I want to back one side with maybe like a material that looks like a bandana. These are my thoughts. I've got quite a few patches now, so someday I'll get to it. I don't know. Is this going faster than the last one? I can't decide. Always on this last one, I make it bigger. My line gets away from the line. I would rather come in on my line than go outside the line. So I think I am a little cautious, or I just need to slow down. Did you guys know you were going to be taking my class all day long? While I shadow pumpkins? I guess you're shadowing them too. At least I really, really hope, I envision you sitting there with me making these. I hope that some people are out there doing that. Okay, we have a row and a half of coloring. The stems are going to be super fast. Getting these filled in. I hope that your whatever marker you've decided to use, you either have a refill for or is quite juicy. I'm sitting here wondering what the back of my paper might look like. I kind of forgot. I always like to see the back side of my Copic coloring. I think it looks fun. We'll look at the end. Keep the suspense building. I'm only going over this one time. It's probably not that much bleed through. This paper in this kit, I don't know if you've noticed, it's quite thick. It really is nice paper. And I like that it's not super shiny. I think we would have a really different look with this if this paper was shiny. I might not do that. Sometimes the shininess on pattern paper, when you color it with a Copic marker, it can move anything printed on it when it's shiny. So I'm quite pleased with these paper pads. I think they're fabulous. Really fun colors. All right, there's our last complete or full row with the light pink. Now we shadow. Just a little bit of tracing. I'm getting better with the shapes as I'm getting to the end. I'm getting used to the curve of it all. It is a gorgeous day here where I live. It's been so hot in Idaho, like over 100 for most of the summer. I would say we've had more days in the triple digits than we've had otherwise. And we're having a little bit of a cool few days before it gets back up to 98 this weekend. So I'm loving it. It was like even chilly. I opened the windows at night and it's really getting me in the fall mood. I'm loving that. But then also that means winter. I'm not as big of a fan as some people when it comes to lots of snow. I think that's because we've had some doozies of winters here. Not all of them. Not all of our winters are crazy, but sometimes in Idaho we have quite a bit, at least in Boise. area, we have quite a bit of snow, but other times not as much. And we did have, in the past few years, a winter we called Snowmageddon, where, you know, you couldn't even shovel half your driveway before it needed shoveled. Again, it was crazy. So I always am worried about that. I like the winters where it snows, but by the end of the day it's melted. And then we get a bunch in our mountains and foothills. That's the kind of winter that I love. Yeah, it's just, you know, getting harder to drive around in it. I have kids of driving age, so I worry about that and other crazy drivers. Okay, we're ready for our stems with BG99. This is a really dark green, so really any dark green that you love, you're going to use here. And the stems are pretty easy to do. And again, we're just straight up coloring them. There's no shading going on, no shadowing. We're just going to shadow the whole pumpkin, which again, optional step for you. Make this how you love it. But also feel free to like step out of the comfort zone and use this as an opportunity to maybe try something you haven't tried before. Yeah, okay. See how fast the stems are going? I really like the Copic, is this a classic? With the square marker, because it has that chisel tip. For a while, I was like only buying these. They're also a little bit bigger, so they have more ink in them. So I have quite a few of these Copic classics. I think that's what they're called. But the square ones. Love the bullet tip. So it's a bullet tip and a chisel tip. I don't know why they don't want to get on the bandwagon and do like a pointed tip and a brush tip in one marker. Would we all go crazy for that? Probably. I would love it. I do find times to use the chisel tip too, though. Okay, those are all the stems. It's looking gorgeous. You don't have to do this last step of adding the shadowing in, but I'm gonna add it. Let's add it to the bottom. We're just kind of tracing the bottom like they're sitting on the ground. This might be different than my original version, but like I said, you just got to go with where the mojo takes you sometimes. This is going pretty quick too. With my W4 marker, really any light gray marker is going to be fine. I thought a warm gray would go good with the colors here and give it more of a fall-like feel. Loving that. I love the shadow on here. I really do. Gives it more life. Another thing you could do is to add a highlight. You could bring in a white gel pen and add highlights to these. And now that I say it, it makes me really, really want to do it. But I'm going to hold off. I'm going to refrain. It's hard, but I can do it. But that might be a fun touch to add to these. And the leaf. Oh my gosh, that leafy background we first did with the stamping and the colored pencils. Yeah, what if we do just a little line right by the stem? A little shadow by the stem. Do you see how it's hard to stop sometimes? Yeah, I'm just giving you time to catch up. That's what I'm doing. I know these classes can maybe go faster at paced than you're used to doing, and I know mine is really long, but we're just having fun. Okay, now the last step, also optional, is splatter. We're gonna do some Distress Oxide ink. You could do the gold on here, that would be gorgeous. I'm gonna do frayed burlap on here. Distress Oxide ink. It could also be Distress ink. I'm going to smash that onto an old window sheet, spritz it with water, and I'm going to bring back that same brush that I used before and just splatter this on in the same fashion that I did the gold. And again, more is better. Actually, it's however you like it, right? I just like this kind of, this is almost like warm gray to me with a touch of brown. I love a pumpkin with a splatter on it also, but you know, I'm a splatter girl. You know what I'll say about crafting also is that having your supplies at your fingertips saves you so much time. Like I have a setup at my desk where all the things I use are right where I need it. Somebody commented on one of my videos the other day, like I didn't want to take the time to get out my Misty and stamp something, so I just stamped it down. And she said, if your Misty was where you could get to it faster, you maybe would use it more. It's totally right here. Like I'm touching it right now. Sometimes I'm too caught up in the moment, right? I'm just going to stamp it down. But having my stuff close to me where I can just reach with one hand and get it makes my crafting go so much faster and so much easier. All right, that's background number 2. We did it. 24 minutes on this one. Woohoo. 10 minutes faster. All right, we're going to set that aside and bring in our cards for this. This is the first card we're going to make. We are going to, again, trim our pattern paper down so we can have a row of pumpkins on the inside of our card. Here is the kit. And our paper is going to be this pattern paper that we made, 1 1/4 inch wide by 5 1/2 inches long. So that's what we need to cut right here. Okay, so let's grab the paper cutter and make sure, you know, this is mostly dry. The Distress ink is going to dry a lot faster than the gold paint. Okay, so what I tried to do is pretty much get like one row of pumpkins. So I'm going to try to trim off my top one, and that I think is going to work great. Look at that. And then we want it to be 5 1/2 inches. I would rather my ends kind of look the same. So I'm going to cut this whole pumpkin. So my piece is going to end with a partial pumpkin on both sides. I like that look. All right, that's my piece for card number 3, which means we're at the halfway point. And let's bring back the card so you can see what it looks like. It has a little piece cut out for a fun fold. And I will get you the paper measurements in case you need that again. And if you would like to pause the video right here and copy this and cut your pieces, you can do so. But it's also in the homework video. Okay, for our card, we're going to do some stamping. And we're going to stamp on this flap right here. So we're going to bring in our cluster of stamps and some ink that closely matches your cardstock, this craft colored cardstock, whatever kind of craft color you have, we're going to try to match that somewhat closely, like is here. Okay. I'm using hazelnut ink from Altenew for mine. And then we're going to do the same kind of technique that we did when we stamped our original background, which is to turn this each time you stamp it. And then I'm going to stamp it off the edge so we've got a complete pattern all the way. Remember, like it's cut from a bigger piece. Like so. You could do the whole back side of the card if you wanted. You can fill in your little edges if you need to. Yeah, I will show you what it looks like to stamp the whole card. If you want to do that, you totally can. But I'm not feeling it today. I'm going to leave it like this. All right, we are done with this stamp for now. So if you needed to pull these apart for anything, you could do that. And we'll set that to the side. We don't need it. We can start building our card. So let's go ahead and put down our DIY patterned paper. It's going to go on the inside of our card. So we're going to see that when the card is shut and when the card's open, which is awesome because you know we made that. Isn't that cute? All right, this little guy, our gold strip, we're going to put glue on the inside of our card. We're going to follow that edge. We're going to be slow and steady and careful, like that. I like to set this down onto that strip. This is also another time when you could make this longer than your card. And liquid glue is your friend here in case you need to scoot it. You can scoot it. Okay, while we have it like that, we might as well take our patterned paper. This is a pattern from the Enjoy This Life paper pad. For some reason, all of a sudden, I wonder if I'm calling it the right name. We're going to put that right above the gold paper, flush to the edge of our card front. And it's all the way to the edges. Isn't that cool? Let's look at it like this. Oh, I love it. Okay, next we have our large green, dark green circle. I tried to closely match what was in the patterned paper there. This is going to hang off just a little bit. You could play with that and put it, you know, wherever you like. But first, on top of it, we're going to add our Enjoy This Life die cut. So I die cut the background from kind of a dusty rose color. And then the words I did from like a dusty pink color. Now, my tittle, or the dot to my J, it already came out. So I went ahead and stuck it down. Then I did, okay, I guess this part's coming first. I die cut my words using some double-sided adhesive sheets. And that just really helps me to stick this down. I don't have to worry so much about the glue, you know, of it all. So I'm going to kind of get a feel for where this is going to go. I feel like, really, if I bring this in, or bring in your die set, you can see how this is supposed to line up a little better. I'm having trouble. I'm not going to stick it all the way down. I feel like it's not fitting how I want it to fit. I need this piece. There we go. I'm going to lay this in. And then maybe it'll help me with this. I don't know. Let's get the Y. I don't want to stick anything down until I feel good about it, you know? So we'll give it a little bit of time before we press down onto the whole thing. This is like one huge piece. You might have some like middle pieces you need to poke out. These intricate dies. You just have to have a little bit of love, a little bit of patience for them. Maybe the key to this is to do this piece first that has the word life on it. And the Y. See, the Y fits in there so nice. I think that would be a good reference for me, is to do this piece first. We'll remember that because we're going to do one more of these on card number 6. And just remember, you have some wiggle room a lot of times with these kind of sheets. At least I do. The brand I get is called Rip and Stick sheets from Trinity. I feel like I have a little bit of wiggle time if I don't press down hard on it. Okay, we have a few more tittles in there. Ooh. Ooh. Here it is. We need to stick down. This is the test right here. Teeny tiny miniature dot for right here. Yay! We did it! I love it. Okay. We're done with that. This is going to be glued down to our green circle. This could be popped up. You could do that. Fits pretty snug on my circle. This is just over 3 inches. You need a little bit bigger than 3 inches for that. And then we have a piece of ephemera from your ephemera pack, the one with the flower and this little leaves. And we're just going to tuck this in right by the Y. Like, I'm loving that. All right, then this whole piece, I guess I didn't need adhesive on all of that. We're gonna bring in foam squares, but what we don't need is foam squares at the very bottom. So just kind of figure out where the bottom is on yours before you start sticking, because we don't want to stick our card closed. Right? That's not the point of this card. Maybe some cards you do want that. I have this little extra piece, another little extra I'll use up. And then we can stick this down onto the card. This is another piece you could totally just stick down. You wouldn't have to use foam on yours, so however you like to do it. I like having options to really, make these cards unique to you and how you like them. I'm going to put mine right there. And then we're going to bring back our enamel dots. And we're going to use the dark rose color. You can see these have glitter in them. Oh, so cute. And I've used a lot of mine already because, I made my first set of cards. So you might use some bigger ones on here when, right now I'm not, but you can see on the sample one, I did use some bigger ones. Oh, missed it. I love the smallest ones. That's probably my favorite, is the small ones in the pack. Like there. Okay, we'll leave those because we're going to use that again. And there is card number 3. So exciting. All right, so we need to bring back our pattern paper for card number 4. We're going to cut another piece of this to use. And let me show you card number 4. We have a gatefold. This is an optional. You could add in. These are 2 inches by 5.5 inches. So if you wanted to line the inside of your card, you could do that. I wasn't sure that I completely loved it. So, all right, card number 4. These are the measurements that you're going to need for the card itself. And here's the measurements for the pattern paper. We want it 3 by 2 inches, and we're going to need 2 of them. 3 by 2, 2 of them. So we're going to cut that now with our paper trimmer. I put mine away. All right, so I'm going to cut mine first at 2 inches. And I'm going to see, do I want to cut this end or do I want to cut this end? Like, where am I going to like it the best? Actually, we're going to cut it at 3 inches. We want it 3 inches long. So we're going to cut it first at 3 inches. That looks really good. You'll have this left over to use on something else. And then we're going to turn it and cut our 2-inch pieces. I almost steered you wrong there. Three by 2. And you have another extra piece. This would be cute on a tag. Okay, we've got those pieces. Let's bring in our, there went my paper cutter, our card kit. And you've got a bunch of little pieces we're going to use for building up this card today. These little brown strips, little pattern paper strips, all the measurements are here. Also in the homework video, but I will hold this up. If you need to pause it, you can pause it here. Okay, so what we need to do is create our panels. So you've got your little pieces. They're going to go almost all the way to the top, but you will have a border on 3 sides. So I'm going to do all 4 of these pieces. And I'm just going to have like a little reference moment to make sure everything is going to fit, because I think I did cut these too short. I think I have the wrong measurement for you guys. Yes, we are going to want these to be 3.5 inches. 3.5. I wrote it down wrong. So this card is going to just be a little bit different than the card over there. But if you have yet to cut yours, you need to cut this 3.5 inches long by 2 inches wide. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll just center those. This one's going to have a slightly different look. There is no stress in stamping. We are going to have fun with this. So let's glue this down next. We're going to center it between those 2 green panels. Okay. And then we have these little strips we're going to put here. Now, I previously had made these, as you can see, to go from the edge of the card to the edge of here. Now that I am doing a different style, I'm not sure that I want it to be like that. I might want these to be 2 inches like the rest of my pieces. So let's bring in the tiny cutter and cut these down. Improvisation. That's what we're doing. Then you can decide what you like better. Probably the original, but you know, we make it work. That's what we do. And I already said in this video, this is about having fun. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have fun with it. Okay, we've trimmed the pieces to 2 inches. Let's see what we think. I'm going to lay it on here first. I don't think I hate it. I think it's going to be okay. I mean, I probably would like it better had I glued this piece on straight, but it's mostly straight. That's what counts. This one seems like there's less of a gap here than at the top. Okay. We have a little bit of something to work with here. So all is right if you are able to cut these to 3.5 inches by 2. I am not sure what happened, but see here, when you put this in the middle, your pumpkins are going to kind of line up. I love that, but if they don't, it doesn't really matter because we're going to cover it up with our big circle. This will go down here. I think we're doing pretty good. I mean, there's some spacing issues here, but in the end, I think it's all going to work out. I really don't hate this. Like, it's all right. Look at that. It's not bad, is it? I'm going to think that you're probably agreeing with me, but that's only because I can't hear you. Okay, we're going to put adhesive only on half, right? We don't want to glue our card shut again. So let's make sure we have that where we want it. And if there's any that went outside the line, we clean that up real quick. And then we have our ephemera piece, which is this darling little bird. I, as you guessed, am going to pop this up with some foam squares. I have a few scrappy pieces around here that I think I'll go ahead and use up and grab a few more. Okay, isn't she cute in her little dress? I think so. And then we have room for more enamel dots on this one. And I think I have to break open I have a new pack. I think I'm gonna break it open for this card. I mean, I had to redo my whole card layout, so let's not skimp on the enamel dots for this one and use smaller ones because I think the big ones are really cute. So there's two different pinks on here. See, one is more pink and one is more peach. I'm going to go with the ones that are more pink for this card. And we'll do 6 of these. Just, however, when I have something popped up, I think it's really cute to kind of tuck it under the image just a little bit. I like that look. Okay, 3 more to finish off this card. Let's do this one down a little bit. I don't know if you heard just a little whine right now. That's my dog. Good thing we're almost done with this card because I think my dog might want to go outside. There we go. We did it. I don't mind this version of the card at all. Let me know what you think in the comments of the improvised card. All right, there you go. Card number 4. We are done with that one. We're going to move on to our third and final background right after this. Okay, for our third background, we need a 5.5 by 4 1/4 piece of white cardstock and our ephemera kit. And what we're going to do is just start pulling out ephemera pieces. I am looking mostly for the small ones, and we're going to just arrange them on this piece of cardstock how we want them to look as a background. So first, I'm really just picking out all the ones that I want to use. Now, you could change this up and do bigger pieces. You could do all of them, those girls. You could do this a lot of different ways. I've kind of picked the ones I picked to go with the cards we're going to make, but feel free to change it up a little bit. Maybe you've already used a lot of the pieces in other classes that you've taken for this event and you don't have all of these available to you. So just kind of make it your own. But this is going to be probably what I would consider the easiest of all of our backgrounds to create. So I am okay with repeating some of the same elements in mine. You can see I've got like both of the pink little mugs. I'm going to use both of the teacups, both of the acorns, the flowers. We're going to cut this and use it to create a couple cards. So it's totally okay with me if I'm repeating it. And once you make a card, like I said before, a lot of it will be covered. So I'm just looking through here and finding the little pieces that I like. And then I can really hone in on arranging them in the way that I'm gonna like. So I think this is a really good use of ephemera. If you do a lot of kits and maybe you get a lot of extra ephemera, this is a really fun thing to create, is your own background. And I think white is the perfect background for it because the edges of the ephemera are white. So it works out pretty good. I know that the Not Too Shabby shop has a lot of kits. They do a kit per month, like the box of the month that comes with ephemera. They have a paper pad kit of the month, which you can opt to get the ephemera. So I'm always looking for new and fun ways to use my ephemera. And this is definitely one of the ways I like to do it, is to create a background. And then you can just use like a large sentiment as the focal point, or you know, a bigger piece of ephemera. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. So now is the part, I don't know, that I think is the funnest, but that is arranging the little pieces. It's kind of like a puzzle. Like, how is this going to work best? And don't be afraid to turn your pieces. So some of them are on their side. That can work out just fine as well. But you know, whatever makes you happy. Arrange them how you like, what brings you joy, and just enjoy the process. And that's like the whole point of this video, is just to enjoy the process of making the backgrounds themselves. And that's always a good place to start when you don't know what to make. Just make a background, and then it kind of comes to you as you continue on and you keep going exactly maybe what you should make. So here you can see I am like, not sure about some of the pieces, and I just rearrange them, pick them up, move something over there, and sometimes maybe even start over is good to do as well. I like the little teacup and the mug side by side. I think that's really cute. So also this book I think is really cute. It has like a little pumpkin and a candle and the book. I think that's really cute. So I want to kind of give it a place that where it will be seen later, but I think it does end up getting covered a little bit. So yeah, it's just a fun way and a good way to use up those tiny pieces, I feel. A lot of the larger ones are really fun to put on a card. I am looking forward to kind of seeing everybody's creations, because I want to see more of how those girls are used. I almost used one of them on the front of my card, which, you know, you could easily switch out. The first card we're doing with this background, you could switch out the fox that I'm going to use and use one of those girls on the front. So, okay, so once I figure out where I want this, there's a very important thing that we're going to use. I did mention it in the homework video, and that is this, the cling wrap that is the sticky on one side, and that is really nice to lay down onto your ephemera pieces. Pick everything up at once so that you don't risk moving things around. Yeah, it just is really nice. It picks it up. I'm going blank on the actual name of it, but you know what I'm talking about. It's really good for right here. We're gonna lay it down. We're gonna pick up what we need, and then we're gonna be able to have everything in one spot, put glue on the back of everything all at once, and then glue it down. It's so very handy. So that's exactly what I'm doing. So then we just flip it over, take your liquid glue, and also the one thing about liquid glue, like you feel like, oh, I might have to hurry because it's gonna dry, but most of the times the glue that we use, it's gonna stay wet long enough that you can glue all of these things. One thing that's important is that you get glue near the edge, especially once you cut this. Some of those things are cut in half, and now the edge of it is not the same edge that was before, because it's, you know, cut down the middle. So make sure you get glue on there, and then also once you're done, you'll just check those edges, and if you have any that are kind of poking up, you might have to go in and stick a little glue under there and help it to stay down. So I'm just making sure I get all the edges, and you could use a tape runner here. I'm not saying that you can't. I'm just saying, like, liquid glue is way better. I think it's the perfect thing for this project. So that's what I'm using. I also, some of these pieces are bigger and I wouldn't have to use that precision tip, but a lot of them do have a little thing that pokes out like a stem or something. So having the precision tip I think is really helpful for this. But one thing I have noticed about a precision tip, you know, it's like a little metal tip. You can scratch things. Like if you have a background that's made with hot foiling, and you put glue there, you can kind of scratch and you'll be able to see that. Or an ink blended background, sometimes you can kind of scratch that paper that's maybe a tiny bit damp and you can see that line. So just be really careful with those metal tips. All right, we have glued everything, and now I just pick it up, flip it over, eyeball it when I think I have it where I want it. Then you just lay it down, and I'm going to press this onto that cardstock and just kind of rub it. I'm wanting to give it a minute to adhere before I try and take that plastic wrap off. And that is really helpful. Otherwise, you know, then you might risk like tearing the paper. So just give it a minute and then it's going to be good. And then when I do peel it back, I'm almost peeling it where I'm folding it in half and pulling it back on itself. That helps to not pull up any loose edges. All right, so the last step for the ephemera is trimming off the edges. We don't need all those hanging off pieces. So if you have a long pair of scissors where the blade is long, that is really helpful for things like this and getting it cut straight. So that's what I like to use, is a long pair of scissors. And then I just trim everything off, and then, you know, it kind of looks again like it's cut from a large piece, because some of those images are going off the edge of the paper, and I love that look. So I know it can be like a little sad sometimes to trim things off, like, oh, I don't want to cut that part away. But I really think it adds to the look of this. So give it a try. I think you'll like it too. All right, you will never guess what we're going to do for the next part of this background. No? Anything? Splatter. So again, it's totally optional. The color I'm using this time is Antique Linen Distress Oxide ink. Any kind of splatter is going to do, like I mentioned before. The gold would be really pretty on this too. So just, you know, whatever you're feeling like at the moment, pull that out and give it a try. So I'm doing Antique Linen, like I said, and we're going to do the same little window sheet that's well loved. I'm going to squish my pad right down onto it. I'm going to use a paintbrush and some water, and we're going to splatter this on there. So I got quite a bit of ink this time, and here's my paintbrush, same paintbrush, and then actually I think this one's a little bit smaller. I have two different sizes, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to get some larger splatters, and that's totally fine. You'll see one is quite large. And again, I'm really going for it. I'm putting splatter everywhere. That's just how I felt in the moment, that I wanted a lot. It kind of gives it that shabby chic look. And there you see my giant drop of splatter. Plus there's plenty of white space on this background where the images are, you know, away from each other. The spacing in between them is large in some places. So I think the splatter kind of helps fill in the white space, but just, you know, kind of subtly. Yeah. So with that large giant splatter, I definitely need to pick that up. So I'm going to grab a dry or dry-ish baby wipe and just dab that off. And then it looks more like a kind of like a tea stain. So I really liked how that looked. So next we just need to kind of let that dry and clean up our mess, because we don't want that splatter getting on things and in places that we don't want it to be, right? So we'll just use that baby wipe and maybe a little water and clean up your surface. Or maybe you've chosen to do this in a splat box. That's really helpful for splatter. I often do that, but I just had so much stuff around me that I was pulling in to make this video. I decided just to go for it on the glass mat. So it wipes away, and then I just want to make sure the glass mat is also dry so I don't get a damp piece of paper. That's not good, right? So there's the finished background.
All right, now that our third background is dry, we'll bring in a paper cutter, and we're going to cut this diagonally from one corner to the next. I'm going to go from flower to flower. So from the top left corner to the bottom right corner is how I'm cutting this one. So I just want to make sure the top corner's in the cutting groove, and so is the bottom corner. And then sometimes with papers like these and this kind of paper cutter, I'm going to start in the middle. I'm not going to start at the corner because I could kind of crunch that corner down. If you have a guillotine style paper cutter, that works really good for this as well. Okay, there we have our two pieces ready to go. And we're going to use the bottom one first, and that will be for card number 5. So we'll set that one off to the side and bring in card number 5. And you can see, of course, this is going to be a little bit different every time. I love that. Here's our card kit.
We've got our card measurements. So if you need these, pause the screen right now and go ahead and do that in case you did not see the homework video. And here we have the rest of our kit contents. So you're going to cut your other piece of pattern paper from the kit, from the, pattern paper that comes with the kit, to 5.5 by 4 1/4, and then cut it also on the diagonal, and that will create our background for our card. And then we have our vellum circle, a long piece of gold so we can put it diagonally. For my ephemera, I picked the door and the fox, and then we have our sentiment already stamped and embossed with white powder. And then we'll use some scissors. We'll do this first, and we're going to cut this into a flag. So it's flagged at the bottom. So you just want to bring your scissors to the middle of your panel here. Do a short snip, and then we're going to go from the corner to the top of that snip. And we'll do that on both sides. There we have it. And we don't need those pieces, and we have a flagged sentiment. So good. Okay, we're going to start gluing things on, starting from the bottom up. So we'll do our DIY pattern paper made with ephemera. Of course, again, completely customizable. This we're going to stick right onto our card base, which is an 11" by 4 1/4 inch piece of cardstock that we have scored at 5.5. And I'm just taking care to make sure this is on and not going off the edge or anything. And then we have our other piece we'll do the same with. And this is also from that plaid paper pack, but of course, feel free to switch it out for something different if you like. And if this is a little bit off, then you can always do two things. You can leave a gap between the two because we're going to cover it up with that gold strip, or if it was too big, you could kind of tuck it under our pattern paper right here, right? So now we glue this on. Since we're going over a really bumpy surface, you can use some double-sided adhesive tape if you so chose. I feel like it's easier just to stick it right on here. And I'm using 1/8 inch for that. But if you know me, you know that I am also going to use liquid glue, because it's really bumpy with those ephemera pieces and it transitioning from this height of paper to that height of paper. So I'm going to just go down the back and put this down. And now I've got the immediate hold of my double-sided adhesive tape, but then I've also got the ability to wiggle it around with my liquid adhesive should I need to do that. So then I can just play with it and make sure I have it where I want it before pressing it down. I actually feel like I might want to scoot this just a smidge that way, and then I'll be happier with it. Okay, and then I can go ahead and just cut this down so it's in line with my card, and that's why I really wanted this piece to be that 8 inches long, so I had, space to do just that. Cut it to match those corners, and it goes all the way edge to edge. Okay, next we're going to do the circle part. So for this, I am going to put on these pieces first. So in doing that, I want to go ahead and put the fox down so it's attached to the door. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Got it. So he's going to be kind of like half on and half off, like that. And we'll clean up this little bit of glue there. Then for this, I'm going to pop it up onto the vellum circle there. And the vellum, is tricky as far as adhesive goes. There is vellum adhesive. I do happen to have some, But mostly for vellum, it's nice to just strategically place your adhesive. So that's what we're going to do. All right. The adhesive behind the vellum will just go wherever this door covers up the vellum. And so some of it you can see is a little raised up. That's okay. That's the nature of vellum. All right. This is going to go right in the middle of our circle, and you can see it fits this circle perfectly. This is 3 7/8 of an inch. You could go a 4-inch circle would be fine on here, and it's going to go right through the center. So here is where I want to put my adhesive, right in this door area. And you know, I'm going to do plenty of it because that's how I am. All right. We're going to put this right in the center. I am loving this paper. For some reason, I kind of like it better than that one. Oh, maybe it's the bird, but you know, a lot of it's going to get covered because of the vellum, but that's why I chose the vellum for the circle, because then we can still see a lot of our cute paper that we need. Now, the fall is in the air. This is also going to get popped up. So I'm going to take this opportunity to add a little bit more adhesive right under the vellum where that is going to go. And then that's going to help hold it down some more on this side. And then, of course, we're going to have this popped up because it's going to overlap that door. So however you stuck your door down is the same adhesive that you want to use on this little piece, their sentiment here. And that is going to go flush with the edge of the card. And then your little tails should go up onto the door a little bit. Isn't that fun and cute? We can also come in here and add a little bit of adhesive right there behind that tail. I could probably have hit a little bit more. And then our final step is our embellishments. So I used this more mossy green, but there's also this more emerald green. I'm just not feeling like it matches. So I'll bring in my new set of enamel dots. And like I said before, I really like having a pickup tool for this. So we'll go ahead and put, I'm going to do 3 and 3 like I did before, and it's raised up, so some of them tucked behind I think is cute. Get that little guy on there. You can also have some of these go off the edge of your vellum circle, which could help hold it down as well. Like that. That's kind of fun and helpful. Cute, like whimsical look. Okay, that finishes up card number 5. Pretty easy. I mean, once you have your background down, you've got ephemera, that makes it quick and easy. Love it. Okay, we need our other half of our background paper. We're now going to work on a full panel shaker card. It is card number 6, our final card. Oh my goodness. So now the shaker part is completely up to you whether or not you want to do that. It's not, you know, necessary on this card. You can do it without, and it won't make any difference for this card, really. You can see that without that, you would still have the basis of a really nice card, right? Also, this is the card where I am switching it up. I couldn't decide between the two papers, so I decided this one was going to have the plaid paper with white and pink. This one would have the light green and pink. And see here, you can just build this up and not do the shaker at all. So now it's your choice what you want to do. The cellophane I'm using is just a piece of packaging, and I'm going to cut it to size. So let me grab that. Okay, so here it is. This is probably from packaging from a stamp order or something. All right, so we need it, like I said, just a little bit bigger. So let me show you what I did. I don't know if you can see this on my mat, but I'm going to put this so that I have, I don't know, 3/4 of an inch most of the way around, but my panel's actually a little bit long. So I'm just going to use some temporary, or low tack tape rather, adhesive so I can cut the bottom so that it's more close to that size. And so there's probably 3/4 of an inch on all sides. And then the other important step that we need to do, let's use a little more tape, is to cut off the corners. These are just going to be bulky and in the way. So you don't want to be right up on the corner of your cellophane, but you want to be close to the corner and snip that away. And the precision of this is not crucial, okay? So there we have it. Some of these I maybe even could have gone a little bit closer. It's just somewhat hard to see depending on your lighting and your background. So yeah, play with that. Cut off away those corners so they're not too bulky. And if it's helpful for you to leave that tape on there, leave it on there for a minute. We're going to take our double-sided adhesive tape. I like the 1/4 of an inch size, so that's what I'm going to use for this card. And then we're going to put it on all 4 edges of our pattern paper. Now, I have to say, not all pattern paper is created equal, right? This pattern paper is high quality. It is nice and sturdy. Other pattern papers might not be as great for making a full panel shaker like we're doing today. Could be too flimsy. So take note of that. Also, there are plenty of shaker panels, shaker pockets on the market that you can buy for doing this. They are much sturdier. They are wonderful. I've used them a lot. I love them. I get mine from Trinity Stamps. They have them in all the sizes. But for this card, I have to say, making your own, it's very, very flat. When you buy a shaker pouch, it puffs up a little bit. So for how we're doing this card with this whole half of the card covered, I really like using this cellophane because it's a little bit more flat. Okay, so I'm just gonna try to use my grid mat, make sure everything's straight-ish. And then we're going to remove the backing on 3 sides. So you see I just took the backing off one side. I'm folding over my plastic. And I'm going to do the opposing side, the opposite side next. Fold that in. And then I'll come in and do one end piece. So I'm going to do the bottom. It doesn't really matter at this point which is the top and which is the bottom. Fold that over. We need to leave the top open, obviously, because we want to fill it with some shaker elements. I am using these kind of white, a little bit clear, called Glass Slipper. They have a little bit of an iridescent shine to them. I feel like they give off a tiny bit of a vintage vibe, which is what I liked for this particular style of card we're doing. I also kind of like to have a little tray. I can, guesstimate about how much I want. And then it's just easier to use that to pour them in. Kind of assess what I have. Now remember, really only half of this card are the shaker bits going to show. So normally when you do a full panel shaker, you kind of need a lot. But since we're going to have the top half covered, then it's not really going to matter. Now you might also like to do this card where the bottom half of the card is covered with the pattern paper, and then they have to shake it to see them. So you could do it that way too. All right, so now we're going to flip this back over and we can go ahead and close up the last side of our full panel shaker, like so. Then we are going to stick this down to our card. So I like to use the same adhesive and make sure I cover up those corners. That is really going to help keep this plastic stuck down and I find it really helpful. I have like escaping confetti pieces everywhere. All right, we're just covering up the corners, which is why I'm taking the backing off every time. And then I'm going to do one more, well, maybe two more passes of the double-sided adhesive. I'm going to go corner to corner, and you could easily use your, not use extra adhesive for this, but I just really like, I really like having it on there. This is another way I like to do it. Pull out a long strip, rip it here, and then if you have excess, you can always fold it in, right? All right, here is our card base, 11 inches by 4 1/4, scored at 5 1/2. And then you just decide which end is the bottom, which end is the top. And you can, let's do some liquid adhesive. I can't do it without. This is going to give me some wiggle room. It's going to assure the longevity of the hold of the adhesive. Fold that little corner in. All right. So just go slow and make sure you have this where you want it before you really press down. All right, and then we have our shaker. And really now, so you could do anything with this, right? Yeah, okay. Now, if you want to, feel free to use your double-sided adhesive strip tape on this piece as well. That's going to really help it stick down to the plastic and not scoot around, because liquid glue is going to take longer to dry on your plastic there. So I'm going to go ahead and use it because, I don't know, when I think of things, I'm like, let's just do it, right? And I just think this is a good, I don't know, like insurance that my card's going to stay put together very well. All right, that should be enough. Holding down all the edges, which is the part that's going to, come in contact with envelopes and fingers the most. And of course, we're going to double it up with liquid. Well, I am. You decide what you want to do. Yours. Okay, this is going in our top right corner. And we really don't want that pattern paper to show. So that's my goal when sticking this down, is to cover that up. Okay, there we have it. Oh, I already think I like this paper the best. Okay, so now we're back to this. Now, if you remember from our previous card, I decided taking the piece with the Y was the easiest way for me to line it up. It's the largest piece on here, so, and then we'll do a little bit of surgery and remove these pieces. We don't need those. Ooh, 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 I grabbed the wrong thing. That does not want to come out because it has 2 layers. It's to rip. When I said surgery, I meant it. Got it. Yay. Okay, we have one piece still there. Let's focus on the E for a minute. And there's a little piece in the S as well. Okay, back to my, I got it, yay. Okay. So the Y, I think, is the key to starting all of this. Yeah. There we go. All right, then we can come back in and grab all these other little things. I'm gonna go for the second largest piece with the J and the N. Those are the parts I was having the most trouble with lining up the last time. So now that I've done a few of these and lining them up, I think I figured it out. And really doing the biggest piece first, super helpful. And then we just work our way to the smallest ones, I guess. That's going to be my rule of thumb for this. And some of these little pieces, my backing, I have to peel off instead of it staying over here. There we go. And then we have our two remaining tiddles. Remember, that's the name for the dot. T-I-D-D. Like that. And let's see if we can do the tiny one again. Here we go. Yes. This is why we have all the tools. Okay, we have that ready to go. I'm going to just lay that where I think I want it and bring in my sentiment strip, Find Joy in the Simple Pleasures, kind of on this rusty orange cardstock. And then we're going to snip a fishtail into this one as well. I'm going to I think I'm going to trim just a little bit off to make mine a little bit shorter. You might want to do that too. Depending on how close to the end you stamped your sentiment. I liked mine stamped pretty close to the end. And then we're going to fishtail this by cutting a snip up the middle, cutting from one corner to the top of that snip, and repeating that on the other side. Super easy. Again, let's use some rip and stick tape to stick that down, because we are going to go over multiple surfaces and the plastic. Insurance called glue, liquid glue. All right, now I'm going to make sure I play with this before I really press down. Make sure I have it where I want it. Yeah, I think I like that. I can see the top of the teacup. That's looking good. I'm liking that. And where you place it might have to do with what you can see in your background there. Okay, this is going to get popped up on my card. How about you? These foam squares that I'm using today are from the Dollar Tree. If you ever go to the Dollar Tree in their like home improvement section, is that the right one where I don't know what else they have there. This is like the one thing I buy at Dollar Tree. In their home goods section, they have these and they're in a yellow package and I quite love them. And so I buy 3 packs or so whenever I happen to go in. We go in to, I don't know, grab little things for school or whatnot, or sometimes I'm just like, hey, I'm going to swing by and grab some foam squares while I'm by there. So there we have Enjoy This Life. And oftentimes I find other things in there that are fun little crafty things. So you never know. All right, here we have our 3 little elements we're going to add on, the, simple pleasures. And those are from the stamp set. We pre-stamped and colored these before class. And 2 of them are going to get popped up. And 1 I'm going to glue down. So I'm going to take and cut my foam square so it's a little bit more manageable for my little objects. The first one is the pumpkin pie. I just think it is so cute. You could make it any kind of pie though, right? You can make it like a lemon meringue pie or key lime. Oh, so cute. And then the apple is the second one I'm popping up. And that's going to get tucked a little bit behind our image there. I thought a green apple was good for fall because, that's the best apple to make pies with. And then this one we're going to glue down and just play with it and get the placement that you like. And I didn't put any more enamel dots on here. It just felt busy enough. So you can play with that and decide whether you want them on your card. I have to say, I like this paper the best for this card. I think it's really cute. So there are my 6 cards for this class, and I think I'll try to bring them all back in. Maybe you're still finishing up, and you can see, I'm going to make sure I get the card we did for the class, this one with the spaces. It's growing on me. I don't think I mind it at all. And then, nope, we don't need the directions. We have this one. How are we fitting on there? Pretty good. We have our, oh, so cute with the white hearts. That made me really happy. And then we have our fox card. I guess we have 2 fox cards. Look, they're right by each other even. So there's our 6 cards. Yeah, they were pretty fun to make. I enjoy doing it. I hope that you enjoyed them as well, and that you'll enjoy the rest of this retreat, doing classes with the other designers, taking in some new ideas, learning a few things, and just being inspired. So thank you so much for stopping by. And if you want to see more of my videos, you can find me at Carrie Rhodes on Instagram and YouTube too. And I will see you again to create more very soon. Bye. I thought I'd share a sample made with the scrap left over from our patterned paper we made at the beginning of the video, the one where we stamped and colored. So I just put it on a tag and added some stamping. There's the little pie from the stamp set. I also did a little dusting of some color on the edge of it to darken up the edges. I added a piece of ephemera, which I also added some color to this with my colored pencils. I did a little more stamping on the background. This is paper from the plaid paper pack, and I distressed the edge and splattered it a little bit, of course, splatter. And then also on my enamel dots here, this one was just a little bit too pinkish red for my tag, so I added a little bit of color with a alcohol marker over the top to help it match this rust color. And yeah, the tag is just a die cut from my stash, and I thought it was just a really fun card. Also, don't forget about using your ephemera pieces as accents on the inside of your card. So that's one of them. I have one more to show you. This one is the extra paper left over from the plaid and pumpkin background we did, background number 2. I just trimmed the strip down to fit my card. I added a die cut scallop border, and then the background here is a dark green piece of cardstock that I stenciled, the plaid stencil, with some peeled paint is the color I used, in Distress Oxide. And then I added a stamped sentiment. I finally used one of the girls. And then this Hi Friend is actually a previous stamp set that came in the box of the month from Not Too Shabby. You can see here, Hi Friend, right there. I stamped it on that banner. So sometimes you just have to pull out your, stamps from your stash to kind of make things work. I think maybe I'll use another one of the girls as a little accent on the inside, and I added some of the enamel dots. So I think I used all the things, the stamp, the dies. No, I didn't use the dies. I did use the stencil, the ephemera, and patterned paper. Yeah, I used like almost all the things from this kit. So there's 2 extra ideas for you using the leftover pieces that you'll have after making those backgrounds. So I hope you enjoy. I'll have pictures of these too, so you can pause it and really get a look at each card. If you are still here, you deserve a prize. It is giveaway time. I'm doing a giveaway for a $15 gift card to the Not Too Shabby shop right now. To enter, I need you to go into the live chat. You have to be here live and answer this question. What is the product that got me hooked on paper crafting? The first person to answer correctly is going to be the winner of my $15 gift card. But that is not all the prizes we have to give away. Remember the $150 mystery product bundle, and then there's also the craft along to win a $25 gift card. Make sure that you check out the details on those in the description box below for a chance to win. And there's plenty more fun today in our event and again tomorrow. So be sure to check out the classes. I know that you're going to enjoy all the things that my friends are making in this event. I hope that you're leaving inspired. I hope that you enjoy life even more a little bit for having attended. And I will see you all again in our crafty world of videos and Instagram and all those places. Come say hi to me and I will chat with you there. Happy stamping. Bye.
Hi friends, it's Lauren Taylor. I'm so excited to be here today for the Not Too Shabby Enjoy This Life virtual retreat. My class is Fall into Watercoloring, so we're going to be doing some watercoloring today. I am so excited to share with you my techniques for coloring in images as well as creating panels to use for watercolored inspired backgrounds, or you can stamp on the panels as well. So for the supplies for this class, I have the Not Too Shabby Fall Life stamp set and coordinating dies from the kit that you could purchase. If you didn't purchase the kit, that's okay. Just grab your favorite fall themed stamps and we'll color together. I also have some watercolor cardstock. You could also use mixed media cardstock. It's a little bit thinner than watercolor cardstock, but I think you could do the same techniques on that as well. For watercoloring, I'm going to start my class with the Distress watercolor pencils from Ranger Ink. You can use your favorite type of watercoloring medium, but the techniques for this class today, I'll be using these types of pencils. Because I'm using these pencils, I also need to have my bowl of water, so I have that ready as well. I also have two paintbrushes. I'll probably use this larger one the most, but I also have a smaller paintbrush ready to go. And I also have a towel so I can wipe my brushes down, clean up any mess that I make along the way. I'm going to do my best to keep my work desk area as clean as possible as we go throughout the class. So I'm going to start with stamping some images onto this watercolor cardstock. So let me move my watercolor pencils out of the way. I'm going to grab my large Misty, and I have, again, a sheet of watercolor cardstock that I'm going to do some stamping on. It's a little big, but I'm going to make it work. I've already opened up my stamp set. So I'm going to pick out some images, that I want to use on a card. So I'm going to color our pumpkins, apple, and this really cute little floral scene. So I'm going to go ahead and grab everything that I want to stamp. And maybe the leaves as well. Honestly, I think we could probably color all of them in our class today, and maybe we just won't use all of them on our project. That way we can have some fun building a cute little card with some of these fall images. I'm going to do the more items you find in nature. So I'm going to skip the pie pieces and the pumpkin spice latte, and we'll just stamp our nature scene images for now. So I think I got all of them. Yes. So I'm going to stamp these in a Versa Fine ink. So I'm going to kind of spread apart, and we're going to emboss. So I'll go ahead and pick up my images with the Misty Door. And I'm going to treat my cardstock with an anti-static powder. And I'm going to go ahead and grab VersaFine Clair in a brown. One of my favorite browns is Pine Cone from VersaFine Clair, but Fallen Leaves is also a very pretty brown color. But since we're creating fall cards, I think using a dark brown instead of black for images just looks so much more autumn and fall inspired. So we're going to use that to stamp our images. And it is watercolor cardstock, so there is some texture to it. So let's go ahead and stamp twice, which is the benefit of having a stamping platform. That looks pretty good. The top of my pumpkin here still has a little bit of texture. Maybe I could just stamp that little piece one more time. Really apply pressure. Yes, that looks good. Now I want that one to look a little better, so let's just do that one as well. There we go. Okay. Now if you didn't treat your paper, you could watercolor with this VersaFine Clair ink. It looks great for watercoloring just like that. But when I watercolor images, I like to emboss with clear embossing powder because it creates a bit of a well for my watercoloring. So let me get my clear embossing powder. So I'm using a super fine detail clear. These images aren't like too dainty in size and thickness, so you may not need to use a super fine, but it is the one I use the most, so that's what I keep in stock in my craft room. My images are covered, so I'll go ahead and make a mess. Put my embossing powder away. I spilled a little. So let me just clean that up with my little vacuum. Okay. And I'm going to warm up my heat gun. So it will get a little loud, but I will edit the volume down so hopefully not be too loud in your ears. But I'm going to warm up my heat gun. I have it 2 settings, so I'm going to do the highest setting and melt the embossing powder down to create that plasticky embossed raised edge. Okay, so now we have our images. I'm gonna let it cool down just for a little bit. And let's get our watercolor set up. Got my water, my towel, my brushes, and I have all of the Distress watercolor pencils. I will say the color as I use them, but I have them in rainbow order. So unfortunately, I don't know when they come out from a specific set because I have full set syndrome and have them all. So let me lay everything out. Got my reds, orange, yellow, greens, blues, purples, and browns, natural tones. So why don't we start with red? Because in my head, that's a good place to start. So I'm gonna set my watercolor pencils to the side and open up the one that has red in it. Okay. So I think candied apple would be an excellent color for an apple. So we're going to start with that. And what I like to do is get my brush saturated with water and pick up the color from the pencil. Now, if you don't have paintbrushes that you like, you could also use a watercolor marker. It has the water in it. It has the brush on it. I will say it's a little harder to control the water, but I'll color something with this as well. So in case you are, you don't have any nice paintbrushes that you like, you can use a water brush as well. So I've picked up color. I'm just gonna write on my glass mat just so I can see. That's looking like a lot of colors. So that looks good. And I am going to show a few different techniques. So I have my apple is dry. It's, no water there. And I can pick up the color and just go ahead and start painting my apple. Now I'm going to go a little darker on the edges, similar to how I would color with another medium. And I'm going to pick up water. So I'm going to get off the ink from my paintbrush and just have water now. And then bring that color out. So kind of have it be a little lighter towards the center so the edges are a little bit more vibrant. That's a lot of color and I think it looks great just like that. Now if that's too much color, you can use your towel while it's wet and just kind of stamp your paper and that will pick up the water and with that the color. So you can see that really lightened up my apple. So that's kind of what I do if I make a mistake or I'm like, ooh, that was a lot more than I thought I was going to get out from my paint. So that's just a technique that you can keep in the back of your head of how to pick up watercolor if you don't like how it's turning out. So there is my apple. Now, for my mushroom, I'm going to color red as well. So let's say you want it to be a little more muted. You don't want it that bright. What you can do is add a wash of color, or sorry, a wash of water, no color. So I just have water in my paintbrush and I'm going to add water to my mushroom. So that's going to give it kind of like a clear water base. And now I'm going to pick up some of that color with my brush and go in, and the water is going to kind of help dilute and dissipate the ink as well. So this is how you can get a nice, very light color, and it also just helps spread the color. If you have a very vibrant watercolor, adding a wash first before you add in the ink just helps kind of dilute the color a bit. So those are two ways you can watercolor. Now these are very small images, so I don't know if there really is too much of a difference between the two of the different styles, but pick whatever feels more comfortable for you while watercoloring. Experiment, see what you like best and how the projects turn out. So let's move on to another color. I think we should get some orange to do our pumpkins. So I'm going to just put this aside for now. Bring out more of my oranges. And this time I will use the water brush pen so you can see how to color with that as well. I'm going to go with using the same colors. So let's use carved pumpkin. I'm going to match what I can with the color names. And so I have a water brush pen. It's already filled with water. I'm just going to give it a good squeeze, make sure water's coming out. And I'm going to get my watercolor pencil wet. So just adding water to the pencil, picking it up. Let's go ahead and it's looking very saturated. So I'm not going to squeeze my pen while I color. I have water in the brush. So I'm going to start with what's already in the brush and color in this first pumpkin. So again, I kind of like to go in on the edges. Oops, I'm getting water everywhere, just like I thought I would. That's okay. So I'm going to go in on the edge and apply the color first, because again, that to me is where I want the darkest part of my color, and then color in the rest. And then I'm going to go into the next one. I haven't picked up any more color. I'm just kind of letting it fade out. This one looks much lighter than the other one, so I'm going to pick up a little bit more color and try to add in some shadowing. And now if that was too dark, I could squeeze my pen a little bit, get some more water into the brush to dilute that paint. So you can see that is much lighter than before, but I want it to be darker. So I'm going to pick up more ink and paint that into my pumpkin. And to clean it, I'm just squeezing it out. I have a glass mat, so I use that to my advantage. But if you have a silicone mat, you could use that as well, or brush it onto the towel. And I'm going to color in this last pumpkin. I'm squeezing the paint off and cleaning off my brush. So those are the different kind of techniques you can do. Again, my favorite right now is using a paintbrush and just starting to color. I don't usually do a wash of water unless I want a kind of lighter feel to my images. So let me go ahead and clean up my mess so far. So out of those three, let me know which one do you like the best, or which one do you do the most? And if you're going to try something different today, let me know if you're going to experiment with your watercoloring. But I'm going to continue on using my water bowl and my paintbrush. So let's color our second pumpkin. I kind of want to do a different shade of orange for this one. Maybe let's have some fun and let's do dried marigold, which is much more of a soft kind of peachy orange. So I'm going to pick up the color. My paintbrush feels kind of heavy with water, so I'm just going to wipe it off on my towel. And let's paint our second large pumpkin here. It almost blends in with my watercolor paper. Let me know what colors you're using. Are you going to experiment, have some fun? I love non-traditional colors for Halloween. Like I love a good pink and orange Halloween card. So this pumpkin I think would fit right in with that. For fall, I do tend to love the jewel tones for fall. So like rich browns, rich reds, orange purples, dark teal and blues, dark green. Let's just list all the colors. I love rich colors for fall. So I think that looks pretty. For these pumpkins, wrong area. Let's bring in some rusty hinge. Let's go a little deeper for these pumpkins. And I'm gonna add in Rusty Hinge, this one on the outside, kind of give it more of a gourd color feel. And as you can see, I'm not doing too much dimension with my images. I'm letting the texture of the watercolor kind of do the work of shadowing. When our images are dry, we can go back and add in a little more color if we like. But I just like the natural flow of the water and the color and how it dries on its own. I'm gonna bring back in our carved pumpkin for the center pumpkin. I feel like because it's in the middle, it's definitely got, main character energy. So let's do a traditional orange for that one. And I got a little bit too much water on my pencil, so again, I just clean off my brush and then I go back in and pick up the ink if it had too much water. And oh, not enough water now. Now it's like painting with a crayon. So I'm gonna pick up a little bit of water and continue on. So one of the reasons I like doing the embossing is because it creates a well. There's like now little tiny walls that the color has a harder time going over. So it helps me with not coloring over the lines because I do that a lot. I don't know if you're a messy crafter like me, but I get excited and can sometimes color outside the lines. So when watercoloring, water does have a mind of its own. So it's a little bit harder to control. So having a little wall for the water just helps kind of keep the water where I want it to go. Okay, so I have a more brownishy pumpkin. Let's do a more yellowy pumpkin. Maybe we'll do wild honey. It still has a kind of brown feel, but we'll bring in some more yellow tones instead of more red tones. And we'll color in this pumpkin. Oh yes, I like it. You got, the brownish orange, the bright, more redishy orange, and now this softer honey yellow orange. And if you're coloring with me and you're not liking how it's turning out, we've all been there, just know that. Let it dry. You might even like it when it's dry. Again, you can use your towel to quickly pick up the water and let it dry for a minute and try again. But we're gonna have fun today. I always think of retreat cards that I make as my sample cards, so I learn as much as I can. The card may not turn out exactly how I envisioned, but that's okay because I'm learning and I'm experimenting. And then when I try that technique again, it will come out hopefully a little better than what I thought it was going to look like. This mushroom isn't quite as red as I like, so I'm going to bring in, let's do Crackling Campfire. I know that's more of an orangey red, but I'm going to add just a little bit of shadow. So I'm just going to experiment. Let's see how this looks if I add this color on top. And I'm not going to color in the full thing. I'm just going to kind of give it some dimension. So my mushroom was completely dry and I added another red and just into this corner here, kind of like I'm adding a shadow. And let's see how that turns out when that dries, see if we like it. Let's move into, actually we're here with yellow. So I'm going to bring in some mustard seed and I'm going to color in the center of my flowers. I love mustard seed. This one gets a lot of love. You can see it looks a little funky and lopsided now. So I'm going to color in, this pumpkin is dry, so I'm going to bring in right next to it, the very center of that flower, very center of this flower, this beautiful large flower over here to the side, and then there's this This pumpkin's pretty much dry. I think we're safe. Gonna add in right there. Okay. And let's move into the greens. I'm gonna give my leaves some greenery. Now I know it's fall, so they're probably not quite as green when they're falling off the tree, but it's a good way to incorporate green into this color scheme. And we're gonna use kind of more, not so bright, a little bit more olivey green tones. Again, I love jewel tones for fall. So let's start with crushed olive. Speaking of olive, let's just lean into it. And it's a little lighter, so if it's too light, we can bring in another color to darken them up. But I'm just getting my watercolor pencil all wet, and my paintbrush doesn't seem too watery, like it's not dripping. And let's color in this leaf over here to the right. So I'm going to start more towards the center. You know what? I like this color. We're going to just color the whole leaf. We're going to see how our mushroom turned out and repeat that same process with, once this leaf is dry, adding in a little bit darker of a color. For this leaf, we're going to mix it up. We're going to add a water wash first. And I want to show you what it will look like to have two different colors kind of dissipate and blend together because of the water that has the water wash. So I'm going to pick up this lighter color and just kind of start. You can see the water just picks it up and it flows through. And let's do forest moss and pick up this color. Oops, too much water. For the bottom of the leaf. So I'm going to come in here, add this color in. You can see the water like picks it up and starts spreading it. So that's going to give us a really pretty blend of the two colors when that dries. And then for this final leaf, let's do the darker one. And I'm not doing a wash on this one. I'm just going straight in with the darker color for the leaf. There's actually a nice kind of fade just as the color starts to come off the brush. There's a little bit less ink. This leaf is pretty dry, so I'm going to bring back in my brush with the forest moss, and we're just going to add in some shadowing details so you can see the difference between adding in the dark when the water is still there versus when the water has dried, and just kind of adding in some texture and shadow. And you know what, let's just, for the fun of it, bring in the light color. We're going to go the other way of adding the light to this darker leaf. And that was a little too much water, so let me just kind of soak up some of the water. And try again. There we go. Pretty. It's going to be fun to see how each of these leaves turn out with different techniques. Let's do green for our leaves down here. I'm just going to go solid with this lighter green. And I'm going to color in, let's do the leaf of our apple first. Oh, that was way too much, see? Happens to all of us. And I'm just going to stamp it, pick up the color, and try to just fix that. That looks fine. It went outside the line a little bit. It didn't go into the red, so it looks fine. Okay. And I'm going to color these leaves over here. I got too much water on my brush. This is when using a smaller brush might be a little more helpful. These little leaves are so tiny. Actually, I need to cut a stray fiber on my brush. Just cut that right off. Yeah, I need a little thinner brush, a little pointier to get onto these tiny little leaves. Okay, and let's do them on the other side so they're symmetrical. And then let's mix in some of this. I'm gonna make my own little mix here right on my glass board of the two colors. And let's go to these ones here, kind of creating a blend between the two. And let's do this leaf back here. Looks good. Okay, and then I'm going to go full on this darker color for the other leaves. So we got a leaf here, kind of behind these pretty flowers. Another leaf more towards the top, and then another leaf here on the bottom. And that's looking really nice. I'm going to give everything a little second to dry. So let me just work on cleaning up my desk. And I think we'll move into browns next. So put these aside. Gonna skip over the blues and move into the browns. I'm gonna go with a little bit deeper brown, so I'll skip over my purples as well. I'm not sure what I want to color the flowers yet. I think we'll use the pattern paper to inspire those colors. But let's do, honestly, Gather Twigs and Vintage Photo are my favorite browns. So let's use those for the acorn. So Vintage Photo is a little lighter, so that will be the bottom of my acorn. And I'm going to try to dilute this as much as possible. So for the bottom of my acorn, I'm going to add a wash of water first, because again, it's a little bit darker of a brown, but I want it to be lighter. So I'm going to add the water first. And then I'll pick up some Vintage Photo and just kind of touch the water. Let the water pick up the paint off my brush and kind of just dissipate and spread throughout the water that I've applied to the bottom half of my acorn. And that's creating a nice lighter brown, but it has the tone of my favorite brown, Vintage Photo. Okay, let's let that dry for a little bit and move into Gathered Twigs. And I'm going to use this brown also for the stems of my pumpkins. So I'm picking up, my paintbrush feels really watery, so I'm going to just tap it off. And let's paint the top of our pumpkin, this nice deeper brown color, and we'll do both this way. I wanted them to match fairly close to what I have for the embossed pumpkins. Okay, and I'm going to go in straight with the color onto the top of my acorn because I want this to be a deep brown. And there is really great texture in it because of the design of the stamp, but I'm just gonna color right over the lines for this one. And that looks pretty. For the bottom of my mushroom, I kind of want a, like gray, but like yellowy gray. So I'm going to use old paper for the bottom of my mushroom. So again, cleaning off my brush. Then I'm going to pick up some water and add it to my pencil. Really trying to get that ink saturated onto my brush. And I'm going to apply this to the bottom of my mushroom. Oh yes, it's almost the same color as our watercolor paper, but just enough of that kind of yellowy mossy gray to add to the bottom of our mushroom. Okay, everything is kind of drying. It's looking good. Let's pick what colors we want for the flowers. So let me grab my pattern paper packs to inspire what colors we're going to choose. So here is the Fall Life paper pad. There's so many beautiful colored images and designs. Also with kind of a watercolor feel. I really liked it. It inspired what I wanted to have to teach my class today. And I'm kind of liking this like pale pink color. I think it almost kind of matches the color of our pumpkin, which was dried marigold. But let's go a little pinker. Let's do tattered rose. I feel like tattered rose and maybe a little bit darker of a color to color in these flowers. So I'm going to pack up my neutrals. And actually Victorian velvet could be a good color. But I know tattered rose definitely has the vibe I'm looking for. So let's get that one out. Let's clean the brush. I'm just gonna actually re-wet all the paint I have on my table and wipe it up. Okay. And we'll get the color saturated. And pick up the color. And I want it to be as deep as possible because this is a very pale pink, but I love the color. So I've got ink. Let's start with maybe these like flowers on the side. I think they'll complement the orange really well. It's so pretty. And let's keep it symmetrical with coloring the flower on the other side. There we go. Let's do maybe this flower. It kind of looks like it's open but facing the side. So let's add this color to that one as well. So these petals right here, and then keep that color going for this whole flower. Pretty, pretty, pretty. Okay, I kind of like this Victorian velvet because it's got the pink, but it also brings in some of the more purpley tones of the pattern paper pad. So let's bring in Victorian velvet. Again, I'm gonna load up with water, get the water into the colored pencil, and use that to pick up. Got a little bit of water drop right there. The ink. I'm gonna start with this lower flower. Oh yeah, I like that a lot. I think those two colors look really well together. Brings in the purpley pink of the pattern paper, but then still really blends in really well with the fall colors, especially this whole pumpkin look. Okay, and then I'm going to do this big one. Oops, a little too much water. So I'm going to skip that petal for now. I'm going to come back to it. Pick up some more ink. So I'm having a little trouble picking up ink, so I'm just going to bring more water to my pencil. It's kind of like adding water to a paint palette. Just imagine the paint palette is your pencil. So you need to get water onto that pencil, but you don't want your brush to be too saturated with water because then there's like too much water on the paper. So I got too much on that one. So I just picked up the ink and I'm going to try again. Oops, I forgot to brush the water off. It's a little too light, so I'm going to bring in a little bit more ink so it matches the other petals a little better. All right, that's all of our colored images. So I'm going to put these pencils away. And let this dry just a little bit longer. So let me just pick up real quick. So you can use this time to pick up your desk as well if you're messy like me in any way. And also I'm going to move this bowl because I don't want to spill it everywhere and ruin my beautiful pictures. So let's see how everything is drying. Let me bring it up closer to the camera so you can see the texture. So you can see that mushroom with the two colors. I just love that like watery look. Same with how this leaf turned out. You can see just layering color together adds such a beautiful texture to the images. I find that when I watercolor, I don't need to add shadow quite as much, just because of the natural way the paint, moves on the paper and dries. So if you are not an expert at shadowing yet, I would try watercoloring, or even if you are, I would try watercoloring. I just think it adds a different element to the way you color. So let me see how things are drying. They're drying pretty quick. It is pretty warm at the time of filming. So let me get the dies and we'll work on putting our dies around our images to die cut them out. Okay, so I have the dies. I just put in what I needed for this card because I did separate out my dies. And I've got some like leftover repositionable tape that I'm going to use to help me with laying my dies down. Now I will say that to be careful when adding your tape. Don't just like put a huge piece of tape over it, especially if your watercolor is not quite dry yet. If you're an impatient crafter, which I am, so ask me how I know, it's from experience. The tape can pull up some of the color, so I'm going to really try to focus on the tape adhering outside of my image and the die, so I don't need to worry too much about any of my color getting picked up by the tape. And if your paper is still wet, sometimes it can tear as well. So just want to be extra careful to take care of all of our work we just did. It would be such a bummer to destroy your beautiful watercolor painted images. So we're just gonna try to get these two at the same time with this piece of tape. Okay. I like to keep my repositionable tape until I either get ink on it or it is no longer sticky. So I have lots of little pieces from when I was die cutting for a previous project. And we're almost there. Oh, looks like I missed a leaf. There must have been one more leaf on the stamp set that I missed. Oops, this is a mushroom. So I'd love to know what you think so far. Are you feeling more confident in your watercoloring? Are you already a watercoloring pro? I don't consider myself a pro by any means whatsoever. I actually really love attending retreats like this because it gives me a chance to learn different techniques. I may not always, do some projects and different items that I've learned in retreats, but it allows me to you know, learn along the way, try something maybe I wouldn't have tried before. It's fit, it will fit. Okay. So I'm gonna run this through my die cutting machine, very similar to my embossing. I have an electric one, so I'll edit the volume down a bit. These are like right on the edge, so I don't know if they cut all the way through. Might have. Let's see. So I don't know if you can see, but I got a little orange on this piece of tape. So that's why I would recommend not completely covering your image with tape, because it can happen. I don't think it's the end of the world, but it's a bummer when you've worked really hard on something and some of the color gets taken away. So we're going to keep peeling all of these off. We are almost done. One more die here. Okay. And then I'm going to pop these guys out so we can put them on a card. Okay, so cute. All right, let's set these aside for now. These aside. I'm going to trim my panel now because I still have half of a good piece of cardstock here. Let's see how wide this is. Oh, good. It'll fit in E2 card. So I've got some color on here from like moving my paper around, but that's okay. We're going to grab our Distress Oxides now. Now I put a few colors that I think match the best with the pattern paper pad in the homework list, but you can create this with whatever colors you have, however you, use your stash. I want to show you techniques, not necessarily exactly how to create something. So let me grab my pile of Distress Oxide ink pads. So the colors that I recommended that I think will be fun to play with are Tattered Rose, Victorian Velvet, Rusty Hinge, Crushed Olive, Forest Moss, and Aged Mahogany. So again, I was inspired by the colors of the Fall Life paper pad. So we're going to use that we may not use all the colors. We're going to play around, have some fun with making a watercolor panel. So you can use this panel as a background for die cutting, but I'm going to show you how I stamp on it and die cut images out of it. So instead of taking the time to color all of these beautiful images, we're going to just put color on the paper, stamp, and die cut. I think it looks really cool. So I'm going to start with using let's do Tattered Rose and Victorian Velvet. And I also put some acetate on there, and I'm just going to show you how I add color to my panel. So you can go ahead and squish your colors like right onto a glass mat, a silicone mat, whatever you have that's a nice slick surface that you can get wet. And I'm going to do Victorian Velvet. And we're going to grab our water. I have the Distress sprayer or whatever sprayer you have. And I'm just going to get this nice and saturated with water. And I'm going to take my panel and I'm going to show you two ways. So we can pick up the color straight with the panel. And you get color onto the background. Now another way, I'm going to dry this a bit, so I'm just going to put this on my low setting. Now, again, another way, let's pick up some of that water, is to use a piece of acetate and pick up the ink this way and then kind of stamp it onto your card. It's another way to get that ink onto your card in a more controlled way, I think. You can choose where you want to put the color. This is a really big piece of acetate. You could also use a much smaller piece. This is just some sheets that I have on hand. And I'm losing some flow here, so I'm going to add a little more water. And these colors are pretty pale, so it's going to be pretty light. I know it looks kind of funky right now, but the more we add, the obviously more color the panel will get. So I'm going to pick all that up, wipe off this acetate, and I'm going to dry it again. Because what I love about oxides is that they layer on each other, but they need to be a little bit more dry in order to stack that color. So I'm going to go ahead and dry this as well. And I keep my towel on hand to pick up some of that like saturated, like water droplets, just to help with the drying process. Now, I recommend watercolor cardstock for this if you're going to do lots of layering because it's a thicker cardstock. It can take a little bit more water abuse than mixed media cardstock, but I have done this technique with mixed media cardstock as well. It just depends on how much you're going to saturate your paper. So I think that looks okay. Let's add in a little bit darker colors. Let's do aged mahogany this time. And we'll spray it. And we're going to pick it up with the acetate. And I'm going to add it more in these empty areas. I will use the edge of my acetate to kind of guide like where I'm going to add the color. So obviously I don't want like a rough line across my card. So I make sure that the edge of my acetate is always kind of off the panel. So that looks pretty good. I like that. So I'm going to stop there. And I will say the biggest struggle with this technique is knowing when to stop. Sometimes less is more, but sometimes more is more. So we're just going to have fun today. I'm going to dry this layer now. Okay, clean up my area just a bit, and let's bring in some green now. Now I want this to be dry because I don't want it to get muddy. So I'm going to add this more as like accents to my card and not try to necessarily fill up my panel like I've been doing so far. This is very limey green. So I'm actually just gonna pick up a little color I just want to add it as like accents, so I'm going to go very lightly, pick up color. I'm not going to add a lot of this. I really just want it to be like little touches on the card, just like rolling it on. That's plenty because it's kind of a bit limey. And you know, like I said, I prefer the jewel tones for my card. I'm going to actually pick up that large bit there. I think that added just enough of that lime green. So I'm going to go ahead and dry this. And now let's add in the darker green. So I'm going to bring in this forest moss. I think I did too much ink last time, so I'm just going to do one little ink squish. And it's kind of similar. I just want to add it as an accent. Let's go more in areas we didn't go. And I'm just kind of like stamping it right onto the panel. And even like just kind of rolling it on. And this, I will say, takes some experimenting. So have fun with this piece. If it doesn't turn out how you like, you can do it again. Let's pick up all this. Now, I am definitely kind of wasting this ink. Oops. Another way to get the most out of this technique is just to have a scrap piece of paper or like multiple pieces of watercolor cardstock and make a bunch of backgrounds at once. But we're just going to focus on this one panel for the class. Let me dry this layer. Okay, and this looks so pretty on its own. It's definitely going to match the like floral vibes that we have for the card because it is similar colors. But I want to bring in a little orange, and so this time we're going to, let's use our stencil this time to add a little bit more texture. So let me grab that. All right, so we have our perfectly plaid stencil from the kit. And I just want to add in a little bit of this orange or rusty hinge, like kind of giving it a mixed media vibe. So let me get a brush. So I have a brush that I use with orange distress oxides. So I'm going to pick up that color and I'm just going to go in very subtly and add in some of this plaid just to the edge. And I'm going to hold my stencil. I'm going to do a lot of peeling so I can see it there, and I think that's plenty, but let's go a little deeper on the edge here. I like that. And let's do a little bit here as well. Yeah, let's just come in like this. Let's take a look. Okay, so that filled in some of our empty areas, giving us a little bit of texture. I feel like I'm missing a little bit up here. Let's do just a teeny tiny bit right there. That looks good, I think. I don't want to go too crazy. I just want to add it as a like accent to the card, not to actually fill up the panel. But you could absolutely fill up the whole panel. But I'm just going to stop there. I wanted to just add a little bit of touch to it. Now to finish it off, I want to darken up my edges. So I'm going to actually bring in aged mahogany and another brush, and I'm going to finish coloring in the card, just kind of darken up the edges a bit. So I'm going to pick up color and I'm going to come off the paper and go onto the paper. So I'm not going to put my brush, like just start with my brush on the paper. I want to add it just to kind of darken up some of these areas where I still have a lot of white showing, or off-white really, from the, I'm going to go in very lightly there. I'm just using this to fill in areas where I still can see the white. Now, if you like the white of the paper or whatever color, leave it. It looks great. But I want my panel to look pretty saturated. I'm going to add in some Tattered Rose. This is about as messy as I like to get. Mixed media is not always my like go-to style. That's good. Because I struggle with, is that enough? Did I add too much? Do I need more? When do I stop? So it's definitely, I'm sharing this as how I'm learning. It's always a progress. It's progress for me. As one of my favorite YouTubers says, there's, what do you say, like practice makes progress because perfection doesn't exist. So while that he's not talking about crafting, I do like to emulate that in my crafting as well. Is, you know, everything is progress. We're learning together. And here's my panel. I hope you like how it turned out. I think it looks really cool. I love the details of the plaid in there and the splash of green, but it's not like an overwhelming green. The purpley color, pinky purple colors really still are the main focus of the card. So let me show you some cards I made. You've probably seen me share them on my Instagram. But here are some panels that I've made with the kit. You can see here very similar colors. I did use some metallic splatter on this one as well. But you can just use this panel on a card to really just bring your card to life. So like a pattern paper that you created. You can see here for this one, I used the stencil as well. So I started most of my distressing and stenciling and watercolors here on the bottom, but I did very similar to how I brought in the aged mahogany. I brought in another color to add it to the edge of the card. But another way I like to use these panels is for stamping. So you can see here, it's a very simple design. I took distress oxides and just painted them onto this panel. I didn't get messy with it. But then I stamped my images on here to create a fun pattern background with watercolor. But I also really love stamping and then die cutting. I think this is not on a card base yet. I need to get it on a card base. Stamping and die cutting with panels like this. Now, I will say these sweaters look a little bit like a crime scene. I went with teals and I was like, ooh, let me add a splash of orange. But as things were drying, they look a bit true crimey. So maybe just be careful if you add those colors together on a sweater. But I really love how this turned out. And I want to create another sweater card that doesn't look quite as crime scene. So we're going to use the sweaters on this piece of paper that we just made. So I'm going to use a VersaFine clear ink because I'm going to do freehand stamping. It would take way too long in a stamping positioner with the sweater. And I'm going to use that same VersaFine in Pinecone. So just use the same color for both our projects. So let me grab my sweater stamp and my ink. So here's our Pinecone ink. I have my sweater here on a clear stamp. And again, we are just going to freehand stamp, which I know is sometimes a little scary. But we don't have to use all of our sweaters we stamp. And if you don't like the way the sleeve stamped, we're going to create kind of a fun repeating background. So you can just make sure you use that sweater in an area that you can trim off after. So I'm just going to stamp my sweater just a bunch of times here. Try to not get too close. That was probably too close because I need to use my die cut to cut them out. So I'm going to try to be a little bit more roomy in my stamping. But just like I said, if I don't like the way it die cuts out, I can just use it on the edge of the card and no one will know that I didn't like it. Let's get one more there. And I'm even going to use this space here. I know this sweater is off the paper, but that's okay. I'm going to use it off the paper as well. And these are just extra. I don't have to use these by any means, but I'm just trying to get the most out of my background. But I think that's about as full as we can get it. And let me grab my sweater die. Now this will take some time, so while I am die cutting, let me know in the comments, have you done this before? Do you create a panel and then stamp and die cut? Let me know if you have tried this before. We'll say this is the point where I'm going to wish I had a second die set, but that's okay. Just going to run this through a bunch of times. I think I might actually, maybe I should switch to a manual just because I love my machine, but it can be a little slow sometimes. So I'm gonna trim these to be a little bit more manageable in size. And let me grab a smaller die cutting machine. I think it will speed up this process. Okay. And I'm not using tape right now, but that's just mostly because I am trying to cut quickly. Oh, I'm gonna shake the table like crazy. So sorry, guys. All right, you'll have to forgive me for any shakiness in the name of trying to cut quickly. Try to get these more on the edge so I can run it through a little quicker. Oh, too close to the edge. It's not gonna actually cut. So we definitely could have maybe done a mix, so sweaters and something to get this to go a little faster so I could use two dies at once. Lesson learned. But I want to keep you crafting at the same pace as me, so I didn't want to have these like pre-cut. So we are on this adventure together. Sorry, we're halfway there, and I'll give you a chance if maybe you're crafting along with me, you can catch up. If you're not crafting along with me, you could use this as a bathroom or water break. I won't be offended. Or ask me some questions. I am in the chat to be able to answer any questions you may have. Okay, a few more to go. We're almost there. And I actually really love how this panel turned out. I would totally wear this sweater if it was real. I mean, I'd probably wear the teal one I made as well. I do listen to a lot of true crime, so it's still pretty fitting to my personality. But I love sweater season. It's definitely still hot right now, but when it's time to wear sweaters and sweatshirts every day, that just makes me the happiest. Okay, we're chugging along. Just a few more to go. And I really love the very little excess, how do I say this? The spacing that the die has around the stamp, I think it's perfect. I don't like when it's too big around the stamped image, but I also don't like it when it's necessarily like the exact same size as the image, because sometimes I don't get things lined up perfectly. But Not Too Shabby has a great border, that's the word, border, for their images. And one more. We did it. Almost there. Just get this last little bit. Okay, we did it. Let's put this away. Okay, now we have all of our card images. I thought we could, let's use some of the paper that we have for the card. My images are a bit on the busier side, so when I have busier images, I like to kind of mute it just a bit with softer or less busy images. So I think it would be fun to create our sweater pattern on this plaid, and maybe we add our little pumpkins here and a sentiment. I think that would look pretty. So let's cut these down. I'm going to save these images. At the time of filming, I will have, I'm going to use these extra images on another card. So you'll have to find that over on my social media. But we're going to use this pretty pumpkin one that we colored. So I'm going to do an A2 card, and I think having maybe a ½ inch all the way around would be really pretty, because I really want to see this pattern paper. So I'm going to trim this to be an inch smaller. So it's going to be 3 1/4. And instead of 5 1/2, we're going to do 4 1/2. And then for this one, we will cut A2 in size. So 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. Love it. So pretty. And we're just going to start laying these sweaters down. I'm going to use the pieces, because where else am I going to use those? So we need that one there. And we're just gonna be all twisty-turny with our, let's start with the sweater like right there. And I'm just gonna fill in the space with the sweaters, just kind of try to keep them a little more evenly spaced. And if I don't use all my sweaters, that would be nice too, because I could use them on another card. I really like these kind of lighter ones too, so let's maybe replace that one, because there was just so much prettiness on our card panel that we started with that I really don't want any to go to waste. So there's a little space here, but I think I could bring in some of these pieces that I'm going to cut off and fill that in there. So maybe kind of space that out a little bit. Okay. So I know it looks funky because there's a lot of space right there, but we're going to use the extra pieces that we're going to cut off to fill in those spaces. So I have my liquid glue that I'm going to use, and I'm going to start gluing these images down. So we'll use this one right in the corner, get it lined up. You could definitely use a tape runner instead of liquid glue, but I like using liquid glue when I need to worry about placement. It gives me a chance to have a little bit of wiggle room before it's stuck to my paper. I like having the ability to make sure it's right where I want it before it's stuck. Get these sweaters. How did I have it? Maybe like that. That looks good. Okay, this one was upside down. Glue this one along the edge. And we have one more. There. All right. So now I'm going to take my large scissors and I'm going to trim off first this top one because it was the first one that I glued down. I think we could glue it right here in the corner. And our little sleeve. Just like that. Let's cut this one here. And I'm going to trim off this little piece. I'm not going to save that one. That's too tiny to care about. And maybe we can, it's a little big. Maybe we bring it down. Let's just get that sleeve maybe in there. Yeah, that'll work. Rotate it just enough to get that sleeve on there. And that looks good. I think it looks pretty filled in. It's a little bit of space there, but that's okay. We have enamel dots that will or can fill that in just fine. And there we created our repeating background. I think we'll just glue this straight down. So I'll get my tape runner. This tape runner is having a hard time. It sometimes doesn't like glossy paper, so I'm just going to use this with my big one. Oh, let me try that again. I think it's sticking to the adhesive that I started with. There we go. Yeah, sometimes that it's a repositionable one, so it gives me a chance to like pick it up and move it before it's stuck for good. It doesn't like glossy paper all the time. Okay, got that centered on there. And where do we want? Maybe I should do it this way. That actually looks pretty good. But let's figure out our sentiment before I glue that down. We could do the enjoy this life, but I think just a simple, let's do give thanks. Or you know what? I kind of like it with no sentiment. Maybe we do enjoy the simple pleasures. I guess that kind of makes me think more like fall, but I mean not fall, but like with the pie and coffee. I don't know, I kind of like that. Let's do that. Let's get a piece of watercolor cardstock because that's what I've been using this whole time, and I'm just gonna stamp this right onto watercolor cardstock. Here's an extra piece, so let's stamp it on here, and we're just gonna trim around it and make a little like sentiment strip. So I'm gonna get it right there in the corner, and we'll use the same ink we've been using, which is that Versified Clear and Pine Cone. And I'm not going to emboss it. We'll just stamp it right onto this paper. And we'll get our paper trimmer and try to get it to look as straight as possible. I think I did a fairly good job getting it straight on the paper. So I'm going to lean into the fact that it's fairly straight and trim around it. That's fine. Maybe it would have gone a little thinner, but I think it's fine. Maybe a little thinner. So to do that on this tiny little piece, I'm just going to grab a piece of tape to help hold it in place, and I'm just going to trim off a little bit. It's just a little too thick than how I like it. There we go. We'll flip it around. If you have a die, I would probably recommend using it. That's okay. All right, that's better. That's more my speed. Okay. So we'll get our watercolor on there and our sentiment. Let's do a little bit of foam adhesive. I'm just going to use some strips that I have, especially for the sentiment, because it's already a strip. Makes it easy. And I'm just gonna put some foam adhesive behind my image here. Let's do one more teeny tiny little piece on the top. Peel off all this release paper, and I'm going to start with my image first. Oops, and I got my grid, so I'm going to use that to help me, try to get it centered and straight to the best of my ability. And I want my sentiment to go under it, so I'm going to leave, before I press down too hard, let's get the sentiment. I think that looks good. Again, try to get it as centered and straight as I can. And I like it. Let's get a card base. So I'm gonna do a horizontal card. And I'll just use my super sturdy tape runner. And this is A2 in size, so it should line up with my card base. Like that. And then let's add a few little embellishments. So I have the enamel dots. And I think I'll use, I kind of like the pink, but I don't want it to get too lost. I feel like the purple is a little too purpley for this card. So let's use these like more green ones, bring in some of that green. I'm going to use like mostly the medium and small ones and just like add them to where we have some space in the gaps. And I like things in odd numbers, so let's move this small one. I'm going to put 5 on. Yeah, I like that. So here is how the final card turned out. Let me get closer to the camera. So pretty. I love watercoloring. So I hope you enjoyed this workshop class, that you learned something new today. I'd love to know which of the techniques were your favorite, what you think you would use in your own crafting, if you enjoyed, detail watercoloring or making a panel and stamping on it. I'd love to know your thoughts, but I hope you had fun with me today and that you enjoy the rest of this wonderful crafty retreat. A big thank you to Not Too Shabby for having me here. I'm so grateful, and I hope to see you again at a future retreat. Bye!